Good evening, Frontier Doubles League. It is 6:30 p.m. EST on Saturday, the 15th of April, which can only mean one thing. The start of the Frontier Doubles League season is just around the corner, half an hour away. Welcome to the first ever FDL pre-jump. I am your host, RhinoBoy11. It is a pleasure to see in the new season with everyone in the FDL community, and of course I cannot do it alone. Helping me go through the games for this weekend, we have two very special guests either side of me. We will start on my right hand side. Please welcome to the desk Slammer Moth. How are you this evening?
Good evening, FDL fans. Nice to be here.
Absolutely. And on my left, the man that requires very little introduction, but I will give him one anyway. It is, of course, Chris with a K. How are you today, sir?
I am doing great, Rhino, and FDL Season 7. It's awesome to be back in the action.
We are officially back after quite a long break. It feels great to be back on the FDL stream, and I'm sure you will echo that sentiment as well. So, we tonight are going to go through the games coming up on the FDL stream for this weekend. So, we're doing things a little bit differently this season. All the games are planned, ready to go for you, and we're going to run down the list of games. So, guys, shall we get things started?
Let's not waste any time because I'm going to be talking all night long.
Save your
Yeah,
voice, guys.
that is something we'll come on to a bit later. So we're going to start in Origin League, where all good things begin. And the first match of this weekend is going to be the Owls taking on the Eagles, coming up at the top of the hour tonight. That's going to be casted by myself and Chris. So, you can turn the stream off for a couple of hours while we talk our rubbish. Please don't. Please stick around. So on the Owls, we have Blue Skies, Tronrex, and HL Coach 07. On the Eagles, we have Tyler BK, Destined to Destroy, and Scooteroo. Let's go straight over to Slammermoth. Do you recognize some of these names? Have you played with them? What kind of things are you expecting from this game?
I do recognize some of these names, and I wanted to start off, and of course, this is a leeway to you and Chris if you want to talk about it, but if I'm not mistaken, this is the first season in which FDL kind of combined Origin and Adept from last season and expanded the salary. So it's going to make things very interesting. And that's why I recognize some of these names. I know that Scooteroo, I think he was Adept last season, and now it's been switched to Origin to where the people that weren't Adept last season are now in Origin this season, but they still have the same salary, maybe slightly higher.
Mhm.
I throw Scooter's name out there, but all these guys, I'm a player myself, and all these guys were in scrims, and combines and tryouts before the season started. What's interesting is that every one of these guys improved with each game, and I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. Chris, I'm going to throw over to you with a little bit of an interesting thing. We're looking at two very different salary kind of designations here with these two teams, right? The Eagles have two 11-4s and a 5-6, whereas the Owls have a 9-7, a 12, and a 9-5. How do you see that playing out in the server?
Well, some may look at that 5-6 salary, and that is the lowest salary I've seen in the FDL in a hot minute. Throwback to Season 1 with Zero, who I think was a 4-7 at the time. But that 5-6, it's very deceptive. Destined to Destroy can do a lot of great things, but they do have a lot of that salary cap to work with. So it is kind of interesting to see how that team factors. And then over on the Owl side, you got Tronrex, a 12 salary, the very top of what he could be. And then partnered with Blue Skies and HL Coach, they don't have as high of an A lineup as the Eagles do with 211 salaries, but they do have a pretty solid C lineup, B lineup there that can get some wins against a team that might have a 5-6 or a low 8 salary.
Absolutely. So this one is going to go down, as I say, at the top of the hour. Now, we are running the FDL predictions contest every week, and if you haven't got involved with that, please make sure you do. The forms get sent out, I believe, every Sunday night. So fill that one in, because we're going to use those stats in this show, and we're going to say who the favorite is. So at the minute, it looks like the Eagles are the favorite. 68% of the FDL community believe that the Eagles are going to win. Just quickly from my panelists, starting with Slamamoth, do you agree with that? Do you think it's the Eagles to win?
I agree with that, and the reason I do is that the Eagles were the ADAC champions from last season. Although none of the current players are from that team, um, success last season equals success this season, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Chris, what about you?
I think they're really underrating the Owls there, but if you're just looking at that A lineup, the Eagles, they've got the recipe for success.
It would seem that way. So we'll see how the FDL community does in that one. And we're moving on to the 8 o'clock. So that's in just under an hour and a half. That is also part of the Origin League. And this one is going to be the Vipers, made up of FB Stover Gaming, For Real, and Major Pain Farts, taking on the Penguins of Two Cool Dudes, Is Medieval, and Tim the Googler. Again, we'll start with Chris this time. Vipers versus Penguins. Who's kind of jumping out of the page for you in those two lineups?
I mean, just looking at it already, Two Cool Dudes, last season's Origin League champion. We had the Eagles from Adept League, but none of the players returning. Two Cool Dudes, who was on the Dragons, moved to the Penguins, and hopefully he can make that team just as good as his team was last season.
For sure. And over to Slamamoth. This time we've got a bit of an even I was going to say we've got an even salary kind of distribution, but we actually haven't, with Penguins being an 11-7, an 11-4, and an 8-8 versus the Vipers 10-8, 10-7, and 9-3. So a bit more even for the Vipers. Do you think that gives their team a bit more stability across the season?
It's interesting you say that, because maybe it does, right? I mean, whenever you have players who are close to each other in salary, I feel like those players can adjust to one another a whole lot easier than players who have a difference in salary. And they might have better teamwork than the Vipers may have better teamwork than the Penguins do. Although it seems like the Penguins may have the better individual performances, and so it'll really be interesting to see how that pans out.
It certainly will. And the FDL community agree with you that it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, because they are 53% favored for the Vipers, which is almost nothing. I don't need to tell you that. Just over half of the FDL community going for the Vipers, just under half going for the Penguins. Chris, do you see it going that way, or do you see a different result?
I mean, it's nearly 50-50 split. You really can't cut it more down the middle than these two teams. There's not a lot to go off of, but if I had to pick, Vipers, for real, that's my boy right there. He was a monkey, and monkeys stick strong together. I think the Vipers at the 53%, they're about right.
And what about you, Slammer? Do you see it going the same way?
I do. I mean, as Chris pointed out earlier, Two Cool Dudes is the champion from last season. He's going to be on the field tonight. Again, when you have success from a previous season, it carries over. But just looking at the salaries alone and how close each team is in salary with other players on the team, I would say, yeah, it's down the middle. It could be Vipers or it could be Penguins.
Absolutely. And shout out to a few people in the chat. I know Stover's in the chat. Nice to see you. Best of luck in your game at 8 o'clock, which will be casted by me and Chris again. So, with all that said, we're going to move on to our expert games, which are happening tonight, starting at 9 o'clock. Another game which Chris is going to be on, but he will be with KG Fan for that one, so a little bit of a different face. And they will be casting the Eagles taking on the Huskies in Expert League. We've got Twins, Flamaringo, that's going to screw me up a lot of times this season, and Entrance Poet taking on Patriot Durf, Jaden, and Exod from the Huskies. Slammer, again, Expert League. Any of these names popping out to you? Any people who you recognize who you think could really make an impact tonight?
I'm familiar with Twins and Flamaringo. In fact, I want to say that, and correct, you may have to chime in on this, but I want to say Flamaringo was just in Origin League, I believe, like a couple weeks ago. And looking at the low salary, it seems like maybe that Flamengo went up in salary and now has been bumped up to Expert League. So it'll be really interesting to see how if Flamengo is on the field tonight, how that plays out.
It certainly will. And Chris, again, we're going to talk about the salaries here. The Eagles with a 13-3, a 12-1, and a 13-5. The Huskies with a 13, a 12-6, and a 13-4. Again, we see a little bit more even salaries on the Huskies. How much do salaries come into it when you're talking about Expert League, or are a lot of these players kind of at a similar level?
Expert League's kind of got that. It's when you get to the high 13s, that's when you start to see the jump in players. Anything I would say above 13-5 to that low 14, that's where you start to see the jump from Champ 3 to GC. That is where it all comes down to. And a lot of these players are very close in skill level. You're not going to separate it that much. But whenever you get down to the playoffs, it's only week 1, but you already have to think about it. None of these players have that high salary. So where do they fare in those, in that playoff race against some of these teams that have a 13-8 and a 13-4 competing with a low 12? It's tough to say already.
It really is, and we may just find out tonight. But the FDL community, what did you say? And it is basically a clean sweep, excuse me, for the Eagles. They have got an 82% pick rate in the predictions, which is the highest we're going to see tonight. Slamamos, do you think that's fair given the two teams?
I'll say this, it's surprising. Like you just said, that it swings so much in favor towards the Eagles, and that there's that much of voting towards them as opposed to the Huskies. And what surprises me even more is that the average salary of the Huskies is higher than the Eagles. So we'll see if the community is right.
We will. And Chris, you got a little bit of a face on there. What are you thinking? What's going on there?
82% for the Eagles. Man, I know that Eagles blood sticks strong together, but that still feels like, and I'm not a Huskies fan, but that is criminally just against the Huskies, and I don't think it. I think, if anything, maybe more of a 60-40 does them justice, but there's a lot of hype, and, a lot of people build themselves up to week 1, and then a lot of teams crash. I was one of those teams, admittedly. GGCBK, I guess. I don't know when I've won a week 1 game in the FDL, but you got a lot of hype. Now you just got to back it up, that 82%. Let's see what it speaks for itself.
Shout out CBK in the chat, absolutely. So yes, absolutely. So we're probably a little bit more split than the FDL community is, but on the panel it seems a little bit geared towards an Eagles win. We will find out at 9 o'clock tonight, and the final game streamed this evening will be at 10 o'clock. That will be our last game streamed. It will be brought to you by KG Fan and Squirrel, and it will be the Expert Coyotes taking on the Vipers, which is Coyotes is the unsung unsung hero, Nonsense Nerd, and Finnan04, taking on the Vipers of Plugin, Ollie IDK, and Meet Pro Noob. Back over to Chris. Talk to me a little bit about these teams, maybe a little bit about their formation, if you know what's going on there, or any players that you think stand out from these two teams.
Well, Unsung and Nonsense Nerd, if you don't know who they are, they won last season's Expert League Championship. And my God, what a performance it was. I've never seen two players look that good. Unsung Hero, I've got to say, might be one of the best Expert League players we've ever seen in the FDL. And that's talking a lot with some of the great players we've seen. But on the other side, Plugin and Ollie, very high for their salary coming into the Expert League. They're doing great the first week. I know what's going to happen, but you'll see what later on.
We certainly will. And Slammer, we've got the Coyotes with a 13-5, 13-6, and a 12-2, taking on the Vipers with a 2 14-6s and a 12. Obviously, Chris has just said that Unsung Hero and Nonsense Nerd had a fantastic season last season, but can it match up to the high salaries of the Vipers?
I guess there's only one way to find out, which is to see what unfolds when the match starts. I would agree with Chris that Me personally, I would favor the Coyotes over the Vipers, especially since both Unsung and Nonsense were on that championship team, and they're back together again. Whenever you develop that much teamwork and chemistry, it's hard to overcome that with skill alone. And I say skill because the Vipers have such high salary players. Um, I think this one will be closer than people might think.
So on that point, the FDL community have said that they think the Vipers are going to win this game, but only 59% to 41%, which I would say is somewhat surprising given the complete difference between these two teams' A lineup salaries. But that is the way that the FDL have voted. So I guess we will see at 10 o'clock tonight which team is able to pull that one out. Any last comments about that particular game, Chris?
Don't underestimate the Coyotes, man. They've got the highest win percentage of any franchise in FDL for a very good reason. I think Unsung's pulling up that number again tonight.
Championships mean momentum. And Slamamoth, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Pick your poison. Is it going to be the Coyotes or the Vipers taking this game at 10?
I would have to say the Coyotes. It's hard to ignore their previous success. Won't replicate itself again tonight.
Very interesting. The panel almost unanimous on the Coyotes going against the FDL community. We'll see how that pays off later tonight. So with that said, that is going to end the stream today, but we obviously have another stream day tomorrow starting at the same time of 7 o'clock in the evening. The first game that we're going to bring to you is in the Star League. It is going to be the Hammerheads of Busy, Ant and Bry, the three-letter name team, taking on the Monkeys of Jusha, the Champ FYI, and Struggle Bussin, which is again one of my favorite names that has ever occurred in the FDL. Excellent work. Slamamoth, Star League, moving up a little bit. We've got some interesting salaries going on again here. Talk to me about this game and how you see it going down.
The Hammerheads versus the Monkeys. I got to be honest, I'm not familiar with. I'm an Origin player myself. I'm not really familiar with the higher style players, but just looking at the spreadsheet and seeing salaries. And actually, Ant, I think, is someone that I played with 3 seasons ago. So I'd have to say that I would favor the Hammerheads in this matchup. But I think I'm really excited about the beginning of the season, and I think Star League is no exception.
Chris, Star League is always a really exciting league to watch because obviously we've still got the salary cap, but these are still extremely talented Rocket League players. Where do you see this one going? Obviously, we've got Busy with a 15-7 up there on as far as the salaries go, but it's more evened out on the Monkeys. Which way? Well, actually, I shouldn't ask this question because I know you're going to go for the Monkeys. But I would like to give you I would like you to give at least some reasoning as to why the Monkeys you think are going to take this game.
So, you're playing against the Monkeys. They're 0.1 salary within each other. How do you choose which lineup to play against? Are they going to do bad? Are they going to do good? They're all right there. It's pretty much a gamble of how you think your C lineup will play against a team of all very equal players. Like, you do not know what's going to happen. Surprise factor is what will win the game.
Surprise factor, Chris thinks will win the game. The FDL community does not agree with you, though, Chris. They are 65% in favor of the Hammerheads at 7 o'clock.
When do they agree with me, though? When do they?
Well, yeah, there is that argument as well. Moving on to the 8 o'clock tomorrow, which is the game following. That one is staying in Star League, and we are seeing the Hornets take on the Capybaras. The Hornets consisting of Brother, Bondo, and Mythicality, taking on the Capybaras of Hayatsuki, Gomi Panda, and Amazon. Chris, starting with you on this one. Again, it's looking pretty close as far as Sals and team go. Who here is screaming out to you to talk about?
I love the Capybaras. I like what they're doing. But the Hornets, all three members coming back for the Star League team, got second place last season and fell to Dimensions, who had an absolutely crazy playoff run. I got to give it to the Hornets. I love it when teams stick together. They've got everything they need to make it happen.
Okay, and Slamamoth, same question to you. Obviously, again, pretty tough being an Origin player, maybe not watching some of the other games, but just looking at what we've got in front of us. Which team do you think is primed to win this game tomorrow night?
Yeah, just looking at what's in front of us, I would have to agree again with Chris that the Hornets maybe will probably take this series. The Capybaras look like I mean, they have the higher sal player in Gomi Panda, as far as like all the players from both teams. But again, I think teamwork and adjusting to one another will win the day over someone that can outperform you as an individual. But we'll see what happens.
We certainly will. The FDL community has gone for the Hornets on this one, a 65% pick rate for the Hornets, and it looks not to be unfounded, picking last season's second place winners. So should be an interesting game. And finally, we are moving on to our Elite League tomorrow night. Starting at 9 o'clock, we have the Huskies taking on the Owls. We're going to breeze through these ones quite quickly. Huskies are Gamer Gabe, Hydro, and Pro Paddy. Taking on the Owls are Frank Carnival, Vulcan, and Mayo. Slammermoth, very, very quick summary. Who do you think is going to take this game?
You know, I can't really pick one or the other. I think this is going to be a very close game. I can see that the community called it that way as well. Just looking at the sheet and looking what each teams are bringing as far as like salary, I would say I would go with the Huskies over the Owls.
Huskies over the Owls. Chris, what do you think about that shout? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Why not?
Vulcan turned around my season last season when Laggy Puppy left us. That sellout, and I've got to vote for Vulcan. Probably the best player Elite League is going to see this season. I've got Owls all the way, baby.
Best player Elite League is going to see this season. My goodness. So as the FDL community, we have put it pretty much straight down the middle. We have a 53% pick rate for the Huskies, so just eking it out. This game could go either way and should be super exciting to watch. So stay tuned for 9 o'clock tomorrow night and watch that one. And just the same way, there should be another incredible game waiting for us at 10 o'clock after that previous game. We have another Elite League matchup, the Capybaras taking on the Gators. The Capybaras consisting of Marks, Feed, and Xanax Q taking on the Gators of Chronotos, Corto PR, and Cool. Chris, talk to me about these players. Talk to me about this game. It looks incredible.
Porto and Cool are one of the most interesting duos that I've ever seen come into FDL because throughout the last year on their tracker, they have played every game of twos together. I've never seen a team more that in sync than those two right there, and that terrifies me, and I'm so glad they're in the other conference because I don't want to have to play against that, and I'm so glad Feed does because that man, he's had a running for one of the best players in Elite League for a while now, and I think with the way the competition is setting this season, he could probably break through to be that player.
Another option for best player of Elite League, Slammermoth. What are you seeing in front of you? What's talking to you? Do you recognize any of these players? Tell me what's going on with this game.
Unfortunately for me, I do not recognize any of the individual players. But looking at both teams, they seem like they are so closely matched as far as salary compared to salary. And I'm surprised that the community was so one-sided with choosing who is going to win. But it's to me, it seems like it's too close of a call.
Yeah, I mean, both of these salaries average out to be exactly the same between these two teams, which is why it's surprising that the FDL community as a whole has gone 76% in favor of the Capybaras. Could be a lot of bracket breakers happening there tomorrow if the Gators can pull that one through. We will see exactly how that goes, and that is going to do it for our streaming schedule this weekend, and that is also going to do it for the FDL pre-jump. We have to get things ready for the 7 o'clock game coming to you at the top of the hour, which, as I'll remind you, is the Owls taking on the Eagles in Origin with me and Chris to cast. So with that being said, thank you so much for joining me, Chris and Slammer, for the first ever FDL pre-jump. We hope there's many more of these coming in the next few weeks, and we hope you enjoyed it as well, FDL community, because at the end of the day, you are the people that we do all of these things for. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you so much, and we will see you in just over 5 minutes. Get excited. See you there.
competition like the playground. Freestyling, Jay spin and make them say wow. Then I beat the brakes off until I'm stay down. Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest fans and worked at it until the world was believing. They gave them no choice but to see it. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time. And so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. Let's go. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time. And so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go. Underwater.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the field for the first matchup on stream of Season 7, and it is the Origin League. We all love and cherish this league. Rhino Boy, this matchup, Owls versus Eagles, a budding rivalry, if I do say so. How do you feel about this one?
Absolutely, yes. Owls versus Eagles has been a game going back, well, as long as I think I've been in the league, certainly since season 2, maybe even longer. But it's super, super exciting to be able to get the league started right, get the FDL season 7 started right with the Origin League. This game should be a great game to watch.
Absolutely. And you know what? Taking the field. Tronrex and Coach versus Tyler and Destin. And I talked about it a little bit in that pre-show. Destin is not one to be underestimated. That 5-6 salary, very deceiving. Let's see what they can bring out in week 1.
Absolutely. I have heard from multiple sources that is the case as well. So it's going to be really exciting to see Destin in the server today, see what he can bring.
Absolutely, and Eagles already off to a very quick start in the Owls half. Destin waiting this one out from Tronrex. Tron, great first touch. Tyler, fake challenge, gets a little bit of miscontrol from Tronrex, trying to make them uneasy about it. The drop down, Tyler has it right off the back wall. Coach, he'll try from the same corner, but is denied by Destin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see about the team chemistry. Obviously, this is week 1, so see how the Eagles and the Owls kind of fare together. I mean, I know for a fact that Coach was a rather late pickup from the Owls, only being picked up rather recently for this season. So to see how Tron and Coach get on together will be really interesting and could shape the Owls season.
Absolutely, and Destin being new to the league adds a little bit more. Who comes out on top? Coach, also new to the league. Tronrex, I believe, he at least played in FTL, and that's where I know him from, and that's where I really took a shine to him. So I want to see how he translates that into 2s. The Owls already, right after the Eagles' quick kickoff pressure, the Owls come back, but a double commit in the corner. Eagles need to get away with that. Tyler with the booming clear. And not to underestimate, Tyler made it to the grand finals last season with Blade and did fantastic. Tronrex opens up the score.
Yeah, Destin struggled to get back. Not sure whether he was out of mood or what, but just couldn't beat Tronrex in the ball. Nice, easy shot. And I have to say, it's been coming. The Owls' pressure has been really evident for at least the last minute. And they get their rewards for it. 1-0,
Especially there's a lot of things that start to work in the Origin League more. And Tronrex slamming it off the sidewall, baiting out that read. It's a very difficult thing that players struggle with, is understanding where the ball's going to go and then executing on it. And Tronrex, he has the knowledge to take it to it, but not the boost to do it. Destin! Oh no, it's just floated to the back post. Tyler secure.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one for the Owls to get back. Tron got himself into all sorts of problems. Coach not in a good position to be able to clear the ball. Tyler comes in and cleans up 1-1. We've got a game on our hands.
And you know what, Coach just didn't rotate in that front post sharp enough. Oh my goodness, that is so dangerous. Eagles almost getting that lead. But Coach, he didn't want to own goal, and I respect that, but it was just so awkward on that goal line rotation. Such a key part in this. In the pumps, Tyler just can't get back to his own half. Tronrex has Destin in a 1v1. The 50 goes wide, though. Great defense from Destin.
Yeah, nice move from Destin. Tronrex tried to read where Destin was going to put the ball. He wasn't able to. Oh, Destin, no! Misses that one on the back wall. Thought he was going to boom it away. Not able to make the connection. Coach is going to be able to collect without too many problems. 2-1. That's a bit of a freebie, Chris.
Everyone falls victim to that too. That little lip at the bottom right in front of the post. Very deceiving. Some may say sus, but I won't because that's crazy. Anyways.
You know you just hit though.
I know, that's why
you don't get away with it.
It's ironically funny though, is it not? Oh my god, it's week 1 and I'm gonna get canceled by FDL community.
Well, that Twitch channel.
I don't think we should. I don't think, for my sake, I don't think we should. But Destin doing a lot of great control, stalling out the play in there, giving Tyler enough time to get boost, get in a better spot. And that touch, very awkward. Tronrex doesn't know how to deal with it. He was too close. Destin hard off the back wall. Tyler set up perfectly for the shot, and it's all tied up again.
And this game just goes back and forth and back and forth. Mistakes from both teams, but also great play from Tyler there, getting the read off the back wall. No problems from him. Great finish. 2-2, and I wouldn't want to be calling this game.
Testing that 5-6.
No way.
And the kickoff is huge from Tyler.
I'm not 100% sure what happened. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. So he manages to get there first. Nice read on the kind of secondary 50. Tyler with an absolute huge kickoff that could well win his team the game, but there is still 5 left. Owls need to respond though, and soon.
Not emphasize how important kickoffs are, especially in the Origin League. Coach, he just gets under that ball the slightest bit, and Tyler devastatingly wins that. Gives them the lead after the Owls have held it all game long. It is crucial part of the game. You get at least 2 per game. And you know what? Free goals come and go, and Tyler's got 4 to his name.
Yeah, coach in a rough spot. Tronrex played that one on the field, but that's a really wonderful play from Tyler. Just getting enough power out so it goes over the defense, but not enough that it goes up against the backboard. Really nice placement of the shot from him, and how the Eagles take it on. Oh!
What? Right back the other way! Tronrex, quick kickoff goal, brings them within 1. You don't even get a moment to breathe.
Just happened on that kickoff from Destin. Tyler certainly wasn't expecting it, couldn't retreat in time. And now we're back to within a 1 goal difference, and the Owls have momentum. This game could just go either way.
Are you feeling an overtime, Rhino boy?
I need to see a little bit more from an offensive perspective from the Owls to the lead, but maybe. Tron could provide that.
I was gonna say, asking you may receive. Tronrex gets the whole distance, but just didn't have anything more to catch up to it. Coach misses, but Destin gets baited out for it. Tron out of the corner, pops it high, it's over Tyler. Coach went in too early, and now it's a pinch all the way back down the other way. Owls having to play from behind the bump. Actually clears out the first man. Smart play from Tronrex. The demo opens it up a little bit too high. Destin gonna try to cut it off. Ball wide. Tyler on the respawn. Boost snagged away from Coach. Owls gonna be getting warmed up here. Could just get away from the Eagles players. They're on every ball right now.
Yeah, they really are, but the Owls doing really well to starve away the boost, and that one's in for Coach. He's gonna score! He's going to score, bottom middle of the goal. Tronrex with the cross, and it's Coach with the goal. Plays it between the posts, between the 2 players, gets that equalizer. 13 seconds on the clock. Now, Chris. Now I believe.
Man, dude, Tyler flips the wrong way. That one hurts. Oh, but we might not be out of the woods yet. Tronrex has to deal with it in the corner, and not a lot of boost now. We're looking for overtime here. Tron can't keep it up. Game 1 overtime.
Game
Eagles and
1.
Owls will not disappoint.
FPL, this is what you pay. This is what you don't pay to see, right? This is the exact kind of thing we wanted for our first big game. Couldn't ask for a better end. Oh my goodness, what a save.
Oh my, it was a dime, a laser beam to the top shelf, and still it was taken away. Tyler on the transition now. Coach finds Tron in the midfield, and now it's back the other way. Destin gets a piece of it, but it's high on the back wall. This has been very dangerous for both teams. Tyler makes it work this time. In the 50 game, the speed of these players right now is ramping up to a new level.
Yeah, and this is about the time where you really need to settle that mental, right? It's overtime, it's game 1. Both teams are going to be kind of wanting to make the big plays. They have to try and slow themselves down and make sure that the shots they're taking are the right ones. They're not whipping. It's a really, really tough position to be in. But Tyler is going to do his best to make the Owls pay.
Oh, and that one's dimed up middle. Destin not there in time. It's such a good job winning those 50s. And you know, I think as the overtime goes along, I only start to worry that Tyler might be getting a little bit too fast for Destin to handle. It starts messing up a little bit of the rotations. It's something that a player as low of a salary as Destin, while I do think he is way better for his salary, might still have a problem in playing up to the speeds. That one's dangerous, and the bump comes through, but luckily tossed into the corner where he doesn't seem to.
Doesn't seem to. Not yet. Shonrek's going to dribble. Nice save from Tyler Green. But the Owls have consistent pressure on the Eagles' net now. It seems like it's only a matter of time before the Owls get this winner, but all it takes is a quick break from the Eagles, and that one just not quite going to drop for the Owls. They've got to think, what else can they do?
Oh my gosh, and it's a double whiff. Destin, he doesn't go up for it. He actually fakes the save. What a play from Destin. And we're still going 2 minutes into overtime. And that's probably one of the smartest plays we see tonight. And the bang back the other way. Coach, It's awkward, but Tronrex cleans it up. Destin now waiting for Tyler to get back. John will make it around one. Plays it off to the wall, but wow, is that a bang.
I don't even know what to say at this point. It's back and forth. Both teams looking solid on defense, which is what the for the actual game. This is now overtime. 2 minutes 50 in the first street game of FDL Season 7. I mean, if this isn't an omen for a fantastic season of the FDL.
And you know what? You don't normally see long overtimes like this in Origin. It very rarely happens. And no one is faltering in this overtime at all. There has not been many mistakes. Destin goes low on that shot. Well read. Coach tries to pop it back in field, but Tron doesn't want to commit there because Destin waiting patiently. Trying to get the clear. The body blocking. Huge. The hard bang off the back wall. Tyler doesn't have the read. Now Destin in a 2v1 situation temporarily. On that wall, but he'll have to drop it. Not a lot of boost to continue the play. Tyler is going to break him out.
Tyler is playing the goalkeeper position so well for his team. He understands that Destin is the one who needs to be trying to put pressure on the ball, and Tyler is the one who's going to be able to get the saves and make the break. And that level of understanding is going to serve them really well in the Origin League this season. The HL coach is going to have a shot on goal. It's not quite going to be on target, but the way the Eagles are working their preferred positions right now is so good until Tyler tries to go for some boost. He gets greedy, and unfortunately Shonrex has the read. He finds the bottom left-hand corner. The Owls take game 1 5-4 with a over 4-minute overtime.
I am speechless. Tronrex waited for that opportunity to strike. Destined, he had control, and it was just a challenge, a moment, a blink of the eye Tronrex takes for that goal, and you cannot call it any closer. I mean, no player looked out of place in this one. The shot differential for the Owls was huge, but the Eagles' defense, immaculate in that overtime. It's just an unfortunate situation that loses them that.
Oh yeah, excellent defense coming out from the Eagles, and you could see that throughout the entire game. It was Owls offense, Owls offense, Owls offense for most of the game. Just a couple of breaks and that kickoff goal for the Eagles, but in the end, that's what a game of Rocket League boils down to. I mean, if your defense is on point, then goodness, you know, you're not going to concede goals, and that's the way that it happens. But the Owls just continued to put pressure on, and they did manage to find those goals, and it was enough for them in this game 1. But who's to say what's going to happen in this game 2? I mean, the Eagles defense could show up again, and the Owls might not be as clinical, and things go the other way. It's genuinely such a close game right now. Both teams look so evenly matched. Super excited to see what happens in game 2.
I mean, there was just so many moments too. Like The back wall was devastating. I thought Destin on the one that was just rolling across the goal was gonna just be an own goal instance. The Eagles are so notorious for own goals in bad situations like that, you just almost see it happening, and Destin controls it well, keeps it under pressure, and manages to get away. But Tron Rex gets the first goal in game 2. That's a nice save from Tyler, but Tron Rex just in a great position nonetheless.
Cleans it up really well, and where have I seen this one before, Chris? The Owls taking a 1-goal lead. We will see if the Eagles are able to answer back like they did in game 1. That's a great kickoff to start that process.
Absolutely, and you know what? If there's anywhere that the Eagles excelled in that first game was the kickoffs. Tyler taking majority of them. And I think the one kickoff goal that the Owls had was destined, and I think it was a misflip or anything that could have happened. It happened to everyone, but the kickoffs for the Eagles is definitely where they need to come alive in the game, coach! That's a bad miss, but luckily Tronrex was the first to it. Not a lot of those happening, but when they do, they just make your heart skip a beat.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be that player who the ball's just blown over your head and you're like, teammate please, teammate please. Luckily his teammate was around, but yeah, that's a they need to get back on defense.
Well, it's not a great clear from Tron. Tyler was actually waiting for it. Hard in the midfield, Destin. He's gonna be the first to it. Tronrex on that back post, but good patience from Destin. He realized that there were 2 players in net. Didn't want to take that shot that early. And a dangerous play from Tronrex. However, gets it all the way to the other side of the field, and you're getting a little dicey with it now.
Yeah, when that ball gets played into the midfield by Tyler, I'm thinking, Destin, turn on it. Put your handbrake on and turn on that ball, but he's not able to do so, and the Owls bring it away. But again, post-game, 3 minutes and 20 on the clock, still looking able to call it, but coach has just about played that one over the top of Tyler. Falls into the net. Nice little play from coach, just didn't want enough. So it goes over the oncoming Tyler, and the Owls take a 2-goal lead.
And that one kind of hurts because neither team had the advantage there. They were both set up in the exact same position, 50 it into the midfield. My teammate comes and picks it up. The Owls were just a little bit closer to the ball. Tyler gets beat, and it's a wide open net to capitalize on. It hurts, but too much time in this game to have a comeback. And right now, Destin, he didn't go on that. He was the first one to fall, but just didn't want to go, and I want to see that. I want to see Destin get aggressive on loose balls in the midfield. I think that is where the Eagles can excel at if they can just get that little bit aggressive, because Tyler, he filled in that defensive role in that first game. Perfect. And it's just Destin needs to do it.
Oh my
Snipes it through the defense, and Tyler puts the Eagles on the board.
Yeah, I don't like to disrespect Destin because he's having a good game. If the Eagles do win, it is because of these moments from Tyler where he just sees the game state and he takes advantage of it. That's exactly what he did there. Seeing that the Owls were both on that left-hand side, if he puts a bit of power on it, that's going to go in, and lo and behold, it does, and the deficit is reduced to 1. Half the game still to play. It's still anyone's game.
The Eagles, I feel like if they want to win anything, it's got to be this game. No one wants to try to reverse sweep in the first week. That is, well, I guess that'll show you what your team is made out of, but that one, the bump's just too much in the end, and the Owls get a third.
Yeah, that's just crowding in the area, right? Around the goal, trying to get as many people congested in the area, make the Eagles second guess themselves, try and get out of that spot, and they're just not able to do it. Owls convert, and the 2-goal lead is restored. There's still so much time, and all the Eagles need is a couple of lucky moments or some excellent skill coming out, and they'll be back in.
Definitely taking his time. That was good. I like the hammer settings. Wanted to get a field of view. Tyler slots it into the top shelf.
That's the play. That's the play the Eagles need. Destin passing into Tyler. He's got those aerial reads on block. Puts it right into the roof of the net without any problems. 1-goal deficit is restored. Just under 2 minutes left in the game. This game is just as close as game 1, and I am living with it.
Yeah, and you know what? Was it the it was the Eagles that was favored in this matchup, right?
I do not have that file.
Oh, I'm opening that file right now because I feel like
I think it was.
it was 68%, and I've got to say, the Eagles, when it comes to team chemistry and stuff, they do look a little bit better. Destin has been diming up Tyler on some of these goals in the midfield. Tyler being able to snipe them away, but the Owls just look a little bit more solo orientated, and just the misread on that one couldn't get high enough. Eagles give up a fourth one, and that is just an unfortunate turn of events.
It really is. It's completely unlucky for Destin because he does the right thing, right? He goes for that shot, and sometimes they just don't come off. Sometimes it's just a misread, and unfortunately, certainly in Origin, you kind of just have to deal with those. The Eagles really need to find a way back into this game because, as you say, reverse sweeping in week 1 is not what you want to be trying to accomplish. So, Eagles really need to step on the gas in this last minute of this game.
Absolutely, that one. Oh, a roll up. Bump came through onto Destin. Now the Owls, they have a minute to work with. They don't need another goal, but you know, at those stats make it look pretty. And HL coach cleans it up, slots it to the front.
Nice finish. Tyler caught the big romance around there. Goes for that initial save from John Rex. And yeah, Destin not able to get the read. Owls are going to end up taking this game pretty convincingly by the looks of things and go 2-0 up in the series, and that's going to upset a lot of FPL prediction leaders.
Absolutely, but you know, what also factors into this, this is week 1. You're not in the groove of playing at a, you know, a competitive level such as this. You're going to be making mistakes. Oh! It was almost such a perfect goal, but I think we can count that as the Eagles' own goal that we get once a season. Oh, it's so calculated, but it hurts so much.
Yeah, I think we can. Absolutely. It's the history of the Eagles, as they say, and that's a tough one. Luckily, it's come when they were already 5-2 down, and the game is kind of already done. Tronrex putting the exclamation point on it, getting over the top of, I believe, Destin. No, sorry, it was Tyler, my goodness. But yeah, I mean, those own goals feel really bad if you're only losing by 1 or you're up. But in this particular instance, I think they'll be able to win it.
And the Owls, every goal assisted so far. I was talking about the Eagles' teamwork and how good they look when Destin's setting it up. Hang on, this one's a floater on net. Tyler's slotted it. Right? Goal every 4 seconds. You know, I wouldn't say there's a chance.
You know, just Origin thing.
Yeah, Tyler on these kickoffs, 4 quick in a row, just right there. That's how you do it.
Stranger things happen.
Oh,
As we move in, nice read from Destin. He's going to be able to get on the end of this one. They need to score and they need to score now. Destin does. Oh, what a save from Coach. And there was no need to do that. He has done it. And that is going to end game number 2 in this series. The Owls take a 2-0 advantage going into game 3. Oh, but that game was so close for so long, Chris.
Yeah, I think the Owls might have just been able to, you know, stay at the speed that they were playing at by the end of game 1, and that's what really gives them the advantage going into that game 2. And now Eagles, make or break moment. You either get swept or you sweep. There is nothing. Well, I guess there's a 4-1 win or a 3-1 win, but that doesn't count. That's
No.
There was a great chart I've seen where they counted like what's a sweep, and then there was the 3-1 where it's everyone waste of time. But I mean, the Eagles, they don't look too bad. The Owls just got a lot of shots. They made that defense awkward with the way they were just throwing the ball on net, the bumps that they were getting. The Owls just came alive on that offensive front.
They really did, and I think what you were talking about earlier with the fact that the Eagles maybe haven't got quite their rotations in place because it is only week 1 is really coming to the forefront here. Tyler kind of wants to be that defensive anchor, but he knows that when the Eagles are down a goal or 2, he kind of can't be that. He needs to be everywhere else on the field. And so he tries to take some more offensive positions. He tries to get more in the face of the Owls, and that leaves Destined back in maybe a 2v1 situation or a 1v1 situation, and he's not quite up to the speed of the Origin team just yet. And so that's a really, really tough position for him to be in. And I think that's probably where it's going wrong for the Eagles right now. They can tighten up those rotations. Maybe we see a very, very different game 3, but try and make sure that doesn't happen.
And, you know, the lineup that it comes with this, Destin being that low salary, when you get the playoffs, it's two-man. We're going back to two-man best of sevens. Is it, you know, that's when you're betting on this A-salary team that we created. Is it good enough to run the bracket once we get there? But the problem that every team that has had that's tried to do this is you have to get there. There has been some fantastic teams made with that in mind. Dream teams. But then they gotta get there, which is the biggest step. And you were right there. Tyler on that bench, I thought that was going straight in the net. That was a laser beam from the bench.
Great save. Oh!
Oh. That wasn't a great save.
Repaying the favor, I believe that one is.
Yeah.
And HL coach nets in his own goal, which is not the ideal. However, that does put the Eagles one up, which is not a position they've been in yet in this series. Will they be able to capitalize on it and bring this series back to only time will tell.
Time will tell indeed, and that's a very awkward ball for Tronrex to deal with, but the flick is read well. Tron following it up with one more high, dropping to that front post. Tyler gets a touch out. HL coach is waiting more infield, so the shot's not going to come, but hard off the sidewall. Tronrex, no read there. Destin moves forward, gets a good pinch, goes horizontally, so now Tyler, plenty of time to work with. Slams it high. Looking for the double. No, it's just off the bar. Destin's up for it, but just doesn't have the speed to get to it. And Tronrex walks it in the net.
Great control from Tronrex there, but I got very nervous with the Owls there. The one thing you don't want to give Tyler is a free ball and time, because 9 times out of 10 he's going to make the pay. He hits that one over the top, so close to getting the double touch. And then we could be talking about a very different scoreline, but the Owls got the other end and they counter really well, very effectively, and they equalize the score. 1-1, 3 minutes left.
And you know, Destin, he's been caught by that twice now, trying to go for that aerial, and all right, nothing's fine, nothing's wrong, it's all calculated. We go on to the counterattack, but I think Destin would benefit. Being grounded in Rocket League, keeping your car on the ground at all times, gives you a lot more control. Destin slots it to the top shelf. First goal for him. That is an excellent shot.
Clearly he can heat. He kept that one on the ground. He didn't use any boost. He jumped up into the air, slammed it into the top right-hand corner. Great finish from the rookie. And 2-1 to the Eagles. Again, they're up. They need to maintain this lead now, though.
So that gives the Eagles a little bit of space to work with. Hard pop off the wall. Good, actually calculated play by Tyler. He was expecting that one. Destin goes for that midfield, but just gets beat. Tronrex. Oh my God, that is a 50 from Tyler. Destin gets that 50 back, and it's hard off the sidewall. Oh, Tyler makes it work. What a play from the Eagles.
Tyler has come alive in this game 3. He is going for absolutely everything. Every aerial, every 50. Tyler is trying to get on the end of it, and it is paying dividends for the Eagles right now. 3-1 up, 2 minutes 20 on the clock. And they might be extending this series.
Almost jinxed it a little bit too fast there, Rhino. But it does. What?
The thing!
Freaking out right now, man. But they could pop off this game. But the thing is, you still have, 2 more to go. And then that brings in a whole new level of what else you have with a lot of teams. They bring it in game 3. They don't want to get swept. They pull it back enough, and then they just have nothing left in the tank. I need to see the Eagles have something left after this game to be confident in them. Oh my, Tyler snipes the crossbar, but doesn't get anything more for it. And now, 90 seconds on the clock. Low boost for Tyler. Destin waits in that back post patiently. And you know what? I liked what Destin was doing. They were just playing with it in the corner, waiting for his teammate to get back. There was no reason to push, but it's just a great shot from Coach off that final touch from Tron. Makes it work.
Yeah, it was a nice little play off the back wall, and I completely agree with what you're saying, that they need more going in the next game, although we need to get there first. To do that, we need a good defense coming out from the Eagles in the next minute and 15 seconds. Tyler's going to be there on the second touch, though, off the back wall, and absolutely slam that one home. Our defense with no answer. But what I would also say is something we talk about a lot in the FPL is momentum, right? The Owls had the momentum from pretty much the first kickoff in the first game, but the Eagles are starting to turn that around. If they win this game, they have the momentum with them, and that can do a lot to a team's mental and their performance at the end of the day. So if they can ride that momentum and come with the same intensity and aggression in the fourth game, this series all of a sudden gets super interesting.
Absolutely, and a 2-goal lead with a minute to go. Kind of a deja vu moment. I think the Owls were in a very similar situation last game. High ball, actually. Coach gonna take that shot. Bottom left corner, sniped. Destin was looking to that back post. Tyler coming that way off the back wall. It's just an excellent shot from Coach. Completely frank.
Absolutely great finish. Nothing Tyler could do. He was looking for the right hand post. It goes left. And 43 seconds, the score is 4-3, and the Eagles defense needs to stand strong here, but that kickoff is not going to help. Coach is going to fire to the top of that corner, but it's just going to miss it definitely the target. Good persuade at the end up after that point, but 30 seconds and there's a little panic showing in the Eagles defense. They need to get rid of that, and soon, but they're not going to be able to. Coach converts from the middle of the goal. I said there was panic, and that was so evident. Owls capitalise on it, they make it pay, tying the game up 4-4, 30 seconds left, Chris.
It hurts my soul.
Yeah.
It hurts my soul to see that because is it communication error? Oh, okay. Redemption! Redemption for Tyler! Okay, that last goal doesn't matter. Out the window. New kickoff, new play. This is what we're all about. 20 seconds to go. Tyler, if there is one man to watch this season, it's him. He might be this player on this Eagles team to give it life. He's made it to the grand finals his first season he played last season.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, now we're talking about game. Now we're talking about game.
We went from panic mode to we're chilling in maybe 2 seconds.
Yeah, Eagles chilling. It's all part of the game plan. Absolutely no stress whatsoever. 16 seconds on the clock. I would struggle to see the Owls getting 2 goals, but again, this is Origin, and anything can happen. But it looks like they're just going to stall it out in the corner, waste a little bit of time. 5 seconds on the clock. Needs to get away, and does from Tyler. Game clock ticks down, and the Eagles take their first game of this series. Owls still 2-1 up, but there's life in this Eagles team yet.
Yes, and it's actually destined. I love what he's doing. He's not going whenever you're going at the ball and you don't have a confident read. Most people will drive by it. Destin always plays from behind the ball. He is at least always in a place to be able to get a 50 on it. It's very smart. It's actually shockingly smart. Seeing it at this skill level, especially, a 5-6 salary. Lowest, I'll repeat myself until the day I die, I guess. But it's incredible. That roll up too, that Tyler shot. I love what the Eagles are doing in this game. Now you just got to pull it to the next one because the Owls, they brought it back there. I feel like they're riding some more momentum from the end of that game than the Eagles might be.
Yeah, and I think that's a tough thing because the Eagles kind of took an early lead, and it's difficult to tell which team kind of thinks they have the upper hand right now. Because obviously the Eagles scored 2 goals at the end of that game, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. But the Owls are also saying, well, we came back from 4-2 down to tie 4-4. If we tighten things up a little bit, that doesn't happen, and we win the series 3-1. So both teams are probably going into this game 4 thinking, we've got a really good shot here, which could lead to some really exciting Rocket League as both teams get back into the server, ready for game number 4, Chris.
Absolutely. And you know what? I think you said it best. Both teams feel like they have the momentum. Who, like, that is a dangerous thing to see, as Tronrex just doesn't want to play right now. He's just had enough.
It seems that way. I'm not 100% sure what's happening right now, but here he is. He's in the game. So I don't really know where we go from here. But-
Let's just kick it to a restart real quick. Let's put them all on the equal playing field.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. We'll reset the server and we'll come back with you. I think no worries there. And the problem with this now, though, is that resets all of the momentum. All
Yeah.
the things we've just talked about don't matter. Like that's what's crazy to me right now, is the fact that this reset completely chills out both teams. They've got time to be in there on their like Discord talking about just relaxing, chilling, and going again. And basically this is a hard reset on the series. I don't know who that favors.
I'll throw it up in the air. I think it favors us. It gives us a nice little break, time to
That's true.
rewind, get everything going again. This was a W play on us, Rhino. They'll never even know it too. Who would have thought
Yeah,
this would have
they've
been
got
in
no
the
idea.
script for season 7?
I don't know who has written that script, but they've done a good job so far, that's for sure.
No, thank you. Still doesn't include me winning though. We're just I'm saving that one for a very great day.
Yeah. Season 10 minimum.
If I play 10 seasons to make it every playoff and just to win in season 10, man,
Yeah.
I'm a different kind of cruel.
Built different. Absolutely. We'll see. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you though. I think it favors the spectators, because with this reset, we're gonna hopefully see less panic, less rash decisions, and the players' kind of mental gets reset. They go back to thinking about their gameplay, thinking about what's going on, and not kind of being like, oh my goodness, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. This is their chance to reset. So how many times have I said reset in the last 5 minutes, out of curiosity? I think I've said it a fair few times. Anyway, I'm super excited to see how this affects both teams. Let's see if the Owls can take it home with a 3-1 win, or if the Eagles are going to take us to a game number 5.
I would really like to see game 5 for the first one, but I'm also commentating 2 more series tonight, so I'm at a very indifferent moment here with the Eagles. Oh, Destin, I thought he was just going to take a shot from that one, but no, it's okay. Kyler sets it up for the other team, unfortunately. NHL coach strike.
That's a play that you see a lot happen at this kind of skill level. Is kind of just, I'm first in the ball, so I've got to hit the ball, and they hit it against the sidewall, but they don't actually realise that the opposition team are right there, right on it, and have the read. Again, it happens to a lot of people at the skill level. I know, but that is something that the Eagles are going to kind of need to have a look at. We need to get that out of our gameplay, because it is tough. The coach is going to go for another shot. Top left-hand corner, set up by Tron in the corner. Wonderful cross, wonderful shot. 2-0 in quick succession for the Owls. Need to really get back into this game.
You were asking who that little pause might affect more, and I feel like the Eagles sitting on that ice might be feeling the worst end of it right now. But hey, you know what? That happened. I saw that. It's nice. Oh, but third goal. Hey, you find the light in it, okay?
Yeah.
You got 4 minutes. You're down 3, but that's okay. You got plenty of time to get back into it. I wouldn't worry, to be completely honest, but it's also what else do you have in the tank from that last game, where the Eagles had to throw out more than they would have had before. Tyler especially that, that star, getting 5 goals in the last one. I mean, had that one, but it's also how much did that take on Tyler?
Great.
What else does he have? Because now the Allen, they look to see how can we stop Tyler. So now does Destin need to step up a little bit and keep it going? And Coach hat-trick just almost a minute in. So good.
Right now he is showing why he is the coach. He is giving the Eagles a lesson in how to finish. And that is a gorgeous placed shot into the top left-hand corner. 4-0 in 1 minute and 5 seconds. Oh yeah, I think you might be right. The Eagles maybe put on ice a little bit, and the Owls taking advantage.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time, but it does seem to be that way for now. And I want to see demos come out from it. I feel like we have not seen a lot of demos. Oh man, Coach had that read. And I was so worried for that too, because that's what caught Destin earlier, and I thought Coach was going to fall victim to it again. That one's not a great touch, and Tron just on a silver platter in front of that. This kind of hurts.
Yeah, and I hate to say that Chris was absolutely spot on in any situation that I am in life, but on this particular occasion, you absolutely hit the nail on the head. The previous game, the Eagles knew they had to win it, so they gave absolutely everything to win that game to keep themselves in the season. It just seems like it took so much out of them. There's nothing left in the tank from the Eagles' perspective. Their defense is really lacking. Their offense has absolutely no bite in it whatsoever. And the Owls are just first to every shot, every 15, making them pay, looking really, really good.
And you know what? Sometimes I feel like what the Eagles are trying to do is they're trying to just play faster. They're just trying to force themselves to get right on the level that the Owls are playing at. That's not good. Like right there, Tyler, he just goes past the ball because it's like, okay, just get the ball away from him. It doesn't matter how, just get the ball away. That's not a good way to approach it. You need to get control of the pace and play it how you are comfortable to in that moment. And the Eagles right now, they're not exerting that, and the only thing that I want to see is no Brazil week 1. We are dangerously close.
Yeah, technically, as it stands, we are not going to be just yet, but we may be soon. I have to say, I don't actually think, based on this current performance, I don't think we are. Less than half of the game played, the Owls are 7-0 up. The Eagles do not look like scoring whatsoever. Tron's going to put the exclamation point on a great save coming out from Tyler in the end. But honestly, this is the worst the Eagles have played this series. And it's not a great time to be doing it, but unfortunately, that is the situation we're in. Tron Ray absolutely fires that one in from the most acute amount of it. He's on fire this game. The coach is on fire this game. The Owls are putting the exclamation point on this series.
Well, I'd like to be the optimist, and I'd like to say that the Eagles have a lot of time left to at least build momentum, work on something. Like, how can you come back from a game that is, running out of your hands? That is good stuff for the future.
Yeah.
However, it is also, do you care at this point that, oh yeah, we just, won a previous game, now we're gonna, try to keep going. Does this mental hurt you more when you're just getting slaughtered? I'm sorry for the terminology, but Owls have just maybe upset all of the community picks.
True. Yeah. I think 35% of you or something like that are going to be happy. The rest of them it's very difficult to say. Oh my goodness, Coach gets over both of the Eagles there. You are right. I don't think there's any other word for it. It's absolute. And at this point, I think the Eagles' mental has completely gone. I think it went at about 5-0, if I'm going to be completely honest. But at the same time, I don't think it particularly matters for the rest of the season. This is week 1. The Eagles have so much time to you know, to go again next week, not have this stress, not, you know, think about this game because it was kind of out of their hands from 30 seconds in. So there's no point as an Eagles team going to hit the post when things aren't going your way. They're simply not going your way. My goodness. But you know, this is a new team form, new players in the league. Yeah, things like this happen. I mean, 11-0 doesn't happen very often. But you know, at this point, the Eagles are just kind of trying to find something, just a little bit of a groove, just kind of the experience of playing together for the last minute of this game. And then, if I was them, I would never think about this particular game again. Think about the rest of the series. Think about how close it was for 3 games straight.
100% agree on that. This game in the FDL. Oh, I just hit my monitor. Hold up, Destin scored. I, touch the monitor screen. The ball goes in. That's awesome. That's a great goal. However, you're right. This game, in the grand scheme of things, it's week 1. It's one out of maybe at least 30 games that they would play individually. This game means nothing. If anything, you just want to see where it went wrong. That is all this game can teach you is what happened in this game that led to this. And then, the snowball effect. Where did it keep going from there? And you know what? I still think Destin is looking great. Despite the scoreline, he's looking awesome. The Eagles now in control of this game. That's all you need to take away from it.
Absolutely. And I think that's a really positive thing. I mean, they could have completely shut down, right? I don't think anyone would have blamed them for, just kind of messing around, playing around for the last minute. But no, they've gone up the other end of the pitch and they've scored. And they may do again, not quite. But, that shows me some mental fortitude. That shows that when games are a little bit closer, they're still going to have the mental preparation to stay in those games and make them close and not get discouraged. And that is something that not a lot of teams have in the FDL. So if they have that mentality, the Eagles will be absolutely fine for the rest of the season.
100% agree. Most players would have left. Me, I probably would have left too. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. It's not fun losing that much, but just sticking around showing, hey, you beat us. That's just how it goes sometimes. That's what we like to see. And I also like to see that the overlay was not ready for a 11 goal difference. So it's kind of out of the box. but I digress with that.
It was not.
Owls, they played a fantastic series. Eagles, they played a fantastic series. And I think that 4-minute overtime game, that is a great start to any game I've seen in the FDL.
Absolutely fantastic. And as I say, the Eagles made it so close for 3 of those 4 games. One game 3, they just need to shake that game 4 off, leave it behind and move on with their series. And they're gonna take some series off some good teams this season by the looks of that game. Because, Tron and
Coach.
oh my god, Coach. Oh, I mind blanked. I'm so sorry. Tron and Coach are, really good players in the Origin League. They're relatively good Sals. So I have no doubt that the Eagles are going to be taking some really, really positive series off of some really good teams. Not to say at all that the Owls didn't play extremely well across those 4 games, because they did. They had some great rotations. They had some absolutely fantastic individual plays. Tronrex in that last game played out of his mind. So again, it should be a very, very exciting season for the Owls Origin team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do not believe we're going to have an interview because of time running. But that is the first of our Origin League matches today. We are going to the Vipers and Penguins after this break.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time. And so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time. And so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Welcome back, Frontier Doubles League. It is me, Runaway11, joining you again for the next game, which is going to be between the Origin Vipers taking on the Penguins. And I am joined once again by the wonderful Chris with a K. Just watched the incredible series between the Owls and the Eagles. Are you ready for some more FDL action, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. You know what? Penguins versus Vipers. Penguins takes me back to the good old days in season 1, the only other team I've ever been on. So I hold bias to them. And I hope they have an incredible game here. And Hero Bear played last season, brings in Stover, brand new to the league. Just going to see how they do. Medieval, also new. Tim, I don't know if he played or not. That's going to be something for the research during this game. But game 1 is underway.
Game 1 certainly is underway. Penguins versus Vipers, as Stover wins the ball in the back right-hand corner. He's going to take this one down the wall. Medieval's going to try and read it. Actually, no, he's going to drop back to goal with that little half flip, and he's going to get the read against Stover's dribble, and now the Vipers are going to drop back. It's worth mentioning in this game that the Vipers are actually bringing out a reserve in week 1. That's going to be Hero Bear, but he's not going to be able to get back in time to save that shot from Medieval. And the Penguins are going to take a early lead in this one, 1-0, with a lovely play from Medieval.
Yeah, but that flashbang goal explosion's going to start to get on my nerves. But regardless, the Penguins, it's a good showing from them. And Tim has been signed up in previous seasons, but this is the actual first season he's competed in. So we've got a team of a lot of newbies, fresh meat, as I want to call them. And that is going to be looking good for this. And the Vipers, how quickly can they get it going? Dangerous in the midfield.
Very dangerous, but now the Penguins have a counter-attack. Tim's coming through. He's going to try and look for that shot, not going to find it. And Stover wins that ball over the top of Medieval, and now all of a sudden the play turns around once again. Except for Medieval is able to get the ball, and he plays it up the sidewall. Hero Bear trying to get the read, doing well. Tim's going to feel free in the midfield, but that shot is going to go over the top, and now the Vipers should be able to bring this one away with Stover on the top of his bonnet. Lovely flick. Now it's a 1v1. Can he beat Tim in the goal? He's going to fake shot. Absolutely excellent from Stover, whether it was intentional or not. The fake has beaten Tim in goal and sent him packing, sent him shots. Pick me up a Kit Kat, please. Other chocolates are available. 1-1, Chris.
Incredible. 1v2 play, ties it up. Stover, that's how you make a first goal your first season in. Excellent play. And also, I do love Kit Kats. That was a very good call, Rhino Boy. But what more does Stover have? One of the few Dominus users, I believe, still in FDL. What a double touch. No, it's a fake, but it's off the post. Stover, open net opportunity. Medieval running that interference in the midfield. Excellent play from him. Keep that counterattack at bay. And now Hero Bear. Oh, he's got a wide open net. Oh my gosh.
This is wide. Oh my goodness. This game, I get the feeling this game is going to be 100 miles an hour for the entirety of its length. Hero Bear winning the ball in the midfield, playing it off the sidewall. Tim is going to be there on the read though, and Stover's going to bring this one back towards the Penguins net. Medieval is up though, gets it over the top of him. Nice work from him. Now it's a 1v1. Can Hero Bear get there before Medieval? He kind of doesn't, kind of does. Stover can't clear the ball, and Tim is going to get on the board. First goal in the FPL, even though he was signed up at the beginning of the season. And the Penguins regain their lead 2-1.
Yeah, and you know what? That the placement on that shot right behind Stover, it's so awkward to deal with because you don't know. Can you side flip to just barely get it and pull it with you? Do you have to backflip and kill your momentum and hopefully just get it out of harm's way? It's a very tough call to make in the heat of the moment, and Stover just makes the wrong one. It's okay, but that infield pass is not from Medieval.
That is excellent team play from the Penguins. Tim knows where his teammate is. Medieval's going to get there in front of Stover every single time. And the Penguins double their goal advantage to make it 3-1. And they're starting to take control of this game one. As Medieval plays that one over the top of the Vipers backline. That was just going to drop in. Middle of the net. Medieval finds the target. Excellent placement. And in the blink of an eye, Chris, Penguins are running away with it.
I mean, as fast as Penguins can run, I don't think it's very fast, but they are throwing everything at the net, and the Vipers just have no response for the defensive end. It is only game one, so there's a lot of opportunity to learn from this game, see what the Penguins are doing. But wow, especially Medieval, he is just sniping the net.
If he found the top right-hand corner with that shot, that would have been absolutely lovely. But it seems the venom has been removed from the Vipers in this game one, as the Penguins are desperately trying to make sure that this game goes their way. Nice save from Ismadiva back into the midfield. Stover now trying to look to get something going for this Vipers team. Ismadiva plays it off against the backboard. He needs to get back in time. Hero Bear. Oh my goodness, Ismadiva makes that save off the post. Wonderful work. Stover's going to be coming back in, trying to get a shot on target. The pinch around the side though. It's a lot of Vipers pressure, Chris, but with not a lot of end product.
I am shocked that Hero Bear didn't get that first goal. He slots it to the front post as both players were coming around, and they still managed to get the save. And Tim, top left corner! The Penguins cannot miss right now.
Tim the Googler sending that one into the top left-hand corner. Placement on that ball. You could not get more postage stamp. I don't know if that's a thing Americans say, but I'm teaching, I'm educating about the things here. As we move again, Ismadiva gets another shot on target. Stover this time with the clear. He's going to try and take this one around the side. Tim's not quite got the read. He needs to get there before Stover, and just about makes it. The Vipers again playing that ball across the face of the goal, but not able to get anything going. And now is Medieval in the corner, trying to find his teammate. Tim sitting back in the midfield. He might not be needed. He certainly isn't. Is Medieval running the show like he's a thoroughly modern Millie, not quite left in the dark ages. There's a joke there somewhere.
I don't know how Medieval is working that corner so well, but he is doing it to perfection nearly. That is such an awkward read that he has to calculate, and then the incoming defender, like, how do you handle that? It's insane, and you know what? Medieval's not even the, A-rostered player on this team. He is showing up huge in this first week, and that just kind of proves on two cool dudes, champion of Origin last season. Now they come in and you got a star-studded player like Medieval. That just makes this whole roster that much scarier.
Oh yeah, the Penguins are definitely going to be a hard opponent for a lot of teams. Tim now in the midfield. Can he send us to Brazil? That one looks like it's on target. It certainly is. And I am lying on the beach with a mojito, Chris. We are officially in Brazil, and what a way to kick off the FPL season. Brazil game one.
Hey, I didn't even notice the Brazil. How did we get the 7? When did the Penguins score 7? I know they were putting in dimes in net, but wow, they just I'm speechless. I'm actually just speechless of how good the Penguins came out right out of the gate. The Vipers, they can react to this though. There is time to make those changes happen.
Now this is one of those moments which we do talk about a lot in the FDL, which is after such a big loss in a game, how do you respond? Is it a situation where the team can kind of just say, you know what? Okay, they got us that time, GG. It's a new game, it's 0-0, and we can start going again from that point? Or do you let it get inside your head? And if you let it get inside your head, then there could be a really ugly series on the cards for the Vipers.
You gotta just look at where did the shots come from. How did the Penguins get these goals if you're the Vipers? The infield pass, great play. Can't do much about it. But the other ones, they were just lob shots from the midfield. And while they were perfectly placed, might I add, they still... You need to play a little bit deeper in net, really, playing against this Penguins team, seeing how they got those goals. They were just popping shots from midfield to the top of the box. Prevent that from happening. Don't give up that space there. Stop it at the source, have one person in net, and then transition that. The transition game is vital in Rocket League gameplay. It's probably one of the more difficult things to learn as a rotation, but I think the Vipers can maybe make some adjustments in this game. They could have a very strong rest of the series.
They really could, absolutely. And I just want to talk though about the Penguins' shot placement, because it can be really difficult to like make a ball go exactly where you want it to, but the Penguins seem to have absolutely no problem in that game one.
I mean, yeah, when Tim is diming that top left corner several times in Medieval, he's also just throwing in shots at Mach too. Wait, did he just say that? No, he's
Flat.
farming assist.
Stats value. Yeah. Interesting strategy coming out from the Penguins. But Tim does manage to rectify the mistake, and the ball does end up in the back of the net. And the Penguins begin the game as they ended the game one, and they take a lead. Tim versus Stover in the kickoff. Hero needs to get back on this one. He's not going to be able to do so. Is Medieval comes from downtown and fires the ball into the back of the net. A little bit of a kickoff goal for the Penguins. It's an early 2-goal lead, and now is the Vipers' mental going to start taking a hit, Chris?
It could definitely be that way because Hero Bear needed to be a little bit faster to it. Medieval had all the time to go from his back corner to their net and score that. Stover, great goal. Don't let that lead ramp up. Perfect read off the back wall. Completely bamboozles the other team. Gets it within one. But you gotta play at an even faster pace when you're going up against this Penguins team.
You really have, and let's see if the Vipers are able to match that pace. Stover kind of touches the ball down in the kickoff. Tim doesn't have any boost, so he's not going to be able to spin that one over Hero Bear. And now Hero Bear goes for the shot. Not going to find it. Medieval's going to be able to clear in the corner now. Sends this one over to midfield. Stover turns on it though. Nice 50 from him, and it's off the backboard. It's 1v1. Stover versus Tim. Actually, Hero Bear's coming in for the shot, and he finds the net. And it's 2-2. The Vipers have turned this game around. It's back to evens, and we're back where we started.
Excellent play from the Vipers. Tim just maybe getting baited out by that touch. When it pops out middle, you're not looking at that player driving down the center of the field. You're looking at where that ball is going, and you already, by the time it's too late, the shot's already coming through. Excellent play from the Vipers. Brings it within two. Much better start than they had last game.
Yeah, absolutely. They're able to answer back, and they've already doubled the amount of goals they scored in the first game. But, you know, it's clearly a better look for the Vipers right now. Stover needs to get that one over the top of Medieval, and he gets the 50 at least, so it's not going on net. And now Hero tries to clear the ball for the rest of the way, and there it goes. But Medieval's going to get that read. He chips it over the top of Hero. Is that destined for the net? It's not quite. Stover, can he get back in time? What a save! Stover Gaming, keeping the score level as Hero now tries to go up the other end, but Medieval's going to be able to clear that one into the corner. What a read from Stover, Chris.
I had a lot of concerns on that play too. Stover, he got 100 boost, and then he went wide into the corner again, seemingly to grab another 100, but it wasn't there. But if you have boost, any amount of boost, just play that net as fast as possible, especially when that shot is directly in front. It is very scary. Dealt with fantastically, but you know, the refinement is what you're now looking forward to get that series or the game lead, and a huge 50 from Medieval gives them the lead back.
Absolutely amazing from is Medieval. He makes sure he wins that 50 with aplomb, and he puts that ball into the back of the net to restore the Penguins lead. But I have to say, this game feels a lot closer than game one. Vipers really putting up a
Caster Curse, man, no one can escape it no matter what week we are in league play. Just the speed of Medieval, if you don't know, if you're just tuning in, that's how fast this guy is playing at. It's phenomenal, the pace of play. Even Tim right there off the kickoff, I can never emphasize it enough how important kickoffs are. And I think this is just kind of what kickoffs can really do to a team. Because the Vipers are playing a lot better than they were in game one, but like a kickoff goal right there just changed the entire, you know, how this game has gone.
It did, but it looks like the Vipers going to try and get the goal back. Unable to do so. There's still about half of this game left though. Still time for the Vipers to come back. Medieval plays that one over the top of Stover, but Stover says either the ball or the man can get past me, but not both. takes out his Medieval, sends it back to his own net. And now Stover's going to try and get the ball. Oh my goodness, he manages to get the block, but Hero's nowhere to be found. And now the Penguins are going to be able to make an attack. Medieval plays it into the corner, looking for the second touch. Stover isn't able to find that ball. What a save from the reserve on the Vipers, Hero Bear, keeping his team in this game. And now Stover's going to try and go up the other end, looking for a flick over the top of Medieval, but he manages to make that read. Nice work from him, as now he finds Tim the Googler, and now he's going to try and find the goal. But it's a great demo coming out from Hero Bear, again to make sure the Penguins can't capitalize on the pressure that they have. Now Stover trying to find his teammate. Up in the air, Medieval is going to be able to get the clear though, and now he's got an open net if he can find it. Tries to play it into the middle, but that's not where Tim is. And now the Vipers are going to try and get their bonnets back on the ball. It's not going to happen though. Medieval goes for the shot. Nice save from Hero Bear. Vipers really need to get this ball up the other end, and they need to do it quick, Chris.
Absolutely, the time is ticking down. The Vipers, they need something else. Hero Bear, nothing in the tank, but he still manages to get back to the save. And Stover, a very good 50 there, pushes it into the corner deeper. He has Hero Bear in support in the midfield. Oh, just wide. A minute left in the game. The Vipers, they have some good looks here, but they need something more. That bump sets it to the back wall. Stover, what an angle! Brings them within one.
Oh my goodness, the acute angle shot coming in from Stover off the back wall. Wonderful stuff. The side flip into the top left-hand corner. You talk about ball placement, it doesn't get much better than that. And now the Vipers are within one. A very interesting 50 seconds coming up in this game. Medieval demos Hero Bear off the kickoff. Stover though is going to be uncontested in this one. Looking for the second touch off the back wall, not going to find it. Hero needs to keep this ball in the Penguins half, and he is able to do so. Medieval, not the touch that he was wanting to get, and now Stover with another chance, looking for the shot. Tim misses it. Hero Bear coming through. He gets the strike, and he ties up the game. 4-4. The Vipers from absolutely nowhere, bringing this game 2 back into their favor, Chris.
Oh my gosh, they had so much pressure off that kickoff. Right off the start, the Penguins had no boost. Medieval took the kickoff, got back, but didn't get many pads, if he got any at all. And it was just punish that backboard every time. Stover put it there on the first one, didn't get the double touch. Hero Bear follows it up. Stover back to it, and then rinse and repeat. And then finally, Hero Bear puts in the shot. That one just wide, but Stover catching the midfield. It's going to the side. Gives up possession, actually. And Tim might not want to see overtime, but he's going there anyways.
I think Stover kind of wanted overtime. He wanted the reset, and now it's Vipers versus Penguins, game 2. If the Penguins win, they go 2-0 up in the series, and that's a tough place to come back from. But if the Vipers win, we are all tied up. Hero Bear, great save, putting it into the corner, and now Stover's trying to break downfield. Looking on the corner, Medieval's going to come over and try and challenge him. He gets a little bit of a pinch, which means Hero Bear's in a rough position. Nice read from him, puts it back into the midfield. Stover needs to get there first, he doesn't. Medieval with the 50. Tim trying to get there, not going to be able to do so, and the Vipers are now going to be on defense, trying to get this ball clear. Nice read from Tim, but Hero Bear kicks him back to the midfield. And Stover now gets that over the top of Medieval. It's a bit of a 1v1. Oh, big moment when you just didn't need it. Tim with the misread. And 9 times out of 10 he hits that, but unfortunately it's that one occasion which gives the Vipers the tie in the series, 1-1.
Oh, wow. We've got a series on our hands now. The Vipers clawing back in. Well, I guess they don't have claws. Slithering back into that game. They did everything, put everything on the line. Had to do it in overtime, but gets the job done. And Tim, you know what? That's like a deer in the headlights moment. That ball, you make that save 9 times out of 10. But is it the pressure that gets to you when you had the lead, when you have been controlling this series for what's felt like most of it? Vipers had to score in the final 12 to get here. That just happens to the best of us. It's nothing to be ashamed of. However, the Vipers now tied the series 1-1. This next match is match point. you gotta win it.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams are going to definitely be required to win this next game, because they will have a big advantage going into the rest of the series. Oof, I don't know which way this one's going to go. I can't lie. Vipers showed a really good look in that game too. Penguins need to find their rhythm from game one, and it really could go either way. But a super exciting game for the FDL fans today. Unfortunately, as I say, Tim, maybe the moment got to him, maybe whatever, but he's got to put that behind him now as we are back into the game. Is Medieval's going to be able to find that one over the top of Hero Bear? Stover, what a save! Oh my goodness, he makes it back just in time. Medieval going for another shot. Another great save from Hero Bear, but eventually it pays off for the Penguins. The pressure is too much. They force it over the line, and once again the Penguins take an early lead, Chris.
Oh my gosh, that save from Stover though.
Oh,
That was incredible. I mean, holy. It's as close as you can call right there. Typically, you expect that goal to come back through in time being, but Penguins, they push through at the last second. Tim, open net, uncontested, will go up 2.
and where have I seen this one before, Chris? Game 2 started in exactly the same way. Penguins taking a 2-0 lead very early. Vipers coming back to tie 2-2. Is that going to happen in this game, or do the Vipers simply have nothing left in the tank? We saw it in our earlier series. The Eagles put everything they had into game 3, and they had nothing left for game 4. Is it a similar situation here for the Vipers, or are they going to be able to turn this one around? Stover's going to try and make that happen as he takes it on his bonnet, trying to do a bit of dribbling. Tim reads that one though, and now Hero Bear tries to send it one back from whence it came and does just that. Is Medieval trying to beat Stover? He does. Good 50 from him. Hero Bear misses the ball, but it's off target anyway. Stover needs to get back, and he needs to get back quickly. Good save. Is Medieval. Ooh, trying to put that one on net. Not able to do so, and now the Vipers are going to bring this one away. Over is Medieval on the sidewall. Stover trying to put this one into a position where Hero Bear is going to be able to get on the end of it. He is still able to get there, it's just not on target on this occasion. That ball's going to drop in a really precarious position, and Stover forces the ball over the line in the end. Penguins defense at 6s and 7s. The Vipers bite back 2-1.
And you know, as soon as that ball ricocheted off the back end of that car, you kind of felt how that play was going to end up. A very unfortunate circumstance trying to move it out of that corner, and that's where a lot of teams get caught. That corner just makes it a little bit too awkward for teams to handle. And the Vipers might be a repeat of last game. They went down 2 and came back. They're looking good so far, and Hero Bear gets beat in the midfield. Is Medieval. That is one person you do not want on an open net breakaway. Stover back in time. Tim on the
Oh,
Tim!
Oh, forget Shakespeare, forget anything else. Tim has just absolutely read Stover there. My goodness, what a strike that is. Sees it off the top of his bonnet, and the Penguins reinstate their 2-goal advantage. As the Vipers need an answer, and they need one quick. Hero trying to find it, not able to do so. Snover's going to play this one off the sidewall. Is Medieval's going to be up for that though? Kind of plays it up rather than towards net. Stover's up and gets it over the top of Tim. And now Stover's trying to play both of the Penguins. Is Medieval needs to pick up some boost, and he has been able to do that. And now plays it on the sidewall, but Hero Bear should be there to claim. Nice 50 from his Medieval though. Means that the Penguins still have the advantage. Tim, is that in there? It certainly is. Bottom right hand corner from midfield. Tim the sniper finding the bottom right hand corner and sending the Penguins 4-1 up, Chris.
That's my joke. I was going to say Tim the Googler, more like Tim the Sniper. He has not hit anywhere else except top corners in this game. He has been lights out on the shooting, and whoo! No, they both a whiffy right there as both players go flying by. Incredible stuff. But the Penguins, man, that shooting accuracy, it's something you don't see in Origin League. He's anywhere else in that left side of the net, the Vipers make it back to. But Tim finds that back right corner, and it's just perfect. This is incredible from the Penguins. And this is, Tim, this isn't even their A lineup. Like, well, okay, that sounded pretty bad. Tim is an incredible player at 8'8", but we still have yet to see 2 cool dudes step on the field. I like what this Penguins roster has got going on.
Absolutely, they are looking as you say, lights out in this particular game, and I can't lie, Wifty got me, absolutely. It is Medieval playing that one through, getting the 5th goal in this game. And oh my goodness, nice touch. And then it looks like a little bit of a fake. Stover kind of bit on the fact that Medieval was going to catch up to that ball. He actually wasn't, and he pays for it. 5-1, and I'm starting to feel the sand on the bottom of my feet, Chris. We're not there yet, but I'm just starting to walk that way.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
well,
and that is going to do wonders for the requirement.
I don't even get a word out, and I was gonna say, well, we're not quite there yet. But you know what? If this trend is continuing, Penguins, really great start to game 1, very close game. Now they're starting to pick it up again. Do the Vipers come back in game 4, force that game 5 in this fashion? This, typically trends. Oh my gosh, Rocket League games kind of repeat themselves, and the Vipers could be looking at that. But they need to survive the onslaught here, because a minute 30 left. The Vipers, they just cannot get much boost in this game. It seems like the Penguins, no matter where they are on the field, always running over those 100 pads.
It certainly seems that way now, as Stover's going to put this one back into the midfield. He's normally very good at those corner shots, unable to put that one on net. And Medieval gets the read. Tim going to try and clear this one. Oh, good read from Hero, though, keeping the pressure on the Penguins. Medieval going to bring this one around the side, though, trying to get it over the top of Stover. Great 50 coming out from Medieval, but Hero Bear is able to pick it up. Stover now going to take charge, gets it up onto his bonnet, flick. Oh, looks like it was destined for the top corner. Hero Bear cannot capitalize. 50 seconds as the Penguins come up the other end of the pitch. Is Medieval, gets demoed for his troubles. Tim's in the Vipers net. He wants the ball to be there instead. Pal, that's how Rocket League works. As he brings this one round, Stover's going to pick this ball up. Looking for a shot now on the Penguins net. Back flips. That one's going to drop in an awkward position. Is Medieval not able to deal with it? Is he going to be able to see it on the second time of asking? He is. And now, with this shot, they are going to be able to send us to the wonderful country of Brazil for a second time in this series.
Oh my gosh, dude, at this rate, my bank account's gonna be empty with all these trips to Brazil. I mean, the game was kind of going this way anyways. The Penguins, they just found that life again, the onslaught of shots, they were just picking away the Vipers slowly. And now you're finally seeing what comes of it. And don't break the Brazil. Okay.
Oh, yeah, don't break the Brazil.
But after that last second save for Medieval to take that squishy and get that final goal, Hero Bear missed it in the air. Stover didn't have any boost to get back. That's just kind of how I think the game felt. It was just misplays from the Vipers, and then they had no boost to try to get back into it. That's game 3 right there. Match point is now for the Penguins. Vipers, they got to find something to come back in this game, because Tim might have lost that overtime for a bad whiff, but he just scored 100% goals for shooting that game, and that's how you regain in a series.
That is absolutely how you're getting a series. You're not kidding. But the problem is that we've been here before. Game 1 went exactly the same way. Penguins 7-1, and the Vipers managed to win game 2 with an overtime victory. The Vipers will have more confidence now that they are able to bring this game back to a tied series, because history tells us that they can. That's the kind of the way it works, right? The Vipers are going to be like, well, okay, we got Braziled again. Whatever, we'll just come back and win game 4, and then we'll go to a game 5, and then everything goes out the window.
I just wish it didn't take them to get beat by 6 goals to make that a reality. Like, we know they have it in them to keep it in a close series. I just, you gotta show it up now. You've got to take control, because other than when they got the win, they've never had the lead. The Vipers, they gotta show us that they can control a game, because they've never looked confident in their ability, but you know that they can play that good.
Yeah.
And there we go. There's the lead we've been asking for.
And this is exactly what we were concerned about. Vipers not too worried about getting Brazil because they've come back from it before, and Hero Bear managing to get that shot in. And now, what does that do to the mental of the Penguins? Because they've been in this position before. They've Braziled this exact team earlier in this series, and then they've come back and won a game. How does the Penguins' mental now deal with going 1-0 down?
It's like that little mosquito. You just keep slapping on your arm and it just won't go away. That's kind of what the Vipers are to the Penguins right now. You know, you put you down, but they're just gonna get right back up. And oh, Medieval, oh, that's a great 50. Oh, Tim just a little bit too far forward. But the Vipers, they're just not going away. No matter what you know, put them down twice, 7-1, and they've still got resilience in them to keep going. Championship teams are made out of resilience, and it's a great thing to see. And they're, you know, this is a
Medieval.
that was a great start for the Vipers. Then the double commit comes out, and it's all tied up.
Yeah, double commit on that one. Medieval was over the both of them without too many problems, and he's done that so well for this entire series. Really nice play from Medieval coming out there to tie this game up. A reminder, if the Penguins win this game, they have won the series 3-1. If the Vipers win this game, we are going to a game 5. Stover trying to make that a reality as he wins that one over the top of Medieval. Wants to get it past Tim, but unable to do so. Hero Bear does win that ball though, and Stover in a bit of a difficult position, but just about gets enough on the 50 to make it so that Medieval doesn't have a free shot on net. Now, both of them trying to go for a shot in the midfield. Hero Bear and Tim trying to get there as well. This one's going to drop in a bit of an interesting position in the corner. Hero Bear not able to find that one, but Stover is going to be able to finish the clear. Can Hero get rid? He can't, but Medieval can't get his shot on net. And now the Vipers desperately need to bring this ball away, and Stover whiffing that is not going to help their cause. Hero Bear going for the 50, but Medieval seems so proficient in those 50s in the midfield. He wins almost every single one of them, it feels like. Stover now trying to get the flick over Tim. Tim reads it. Good work from him, because that was a certain goal. Medieval wasn't back in time, and now he is going for that aerial, looking to find a second touch. Bit of a double commit coming out from Vipers, but they do get control of it. Stover now trying to play this one around the side. Medieval going to be there with the save though, and now he's going to bring this one down the sidewall once again. Hero Bear going to be try and be there with the read. He just about manages to bump Medieval, so he can't continue his run, and now it's Stover's turn to take over the ball. Now trying to flick that one over the top of Tim. He hits the crossbar. Can Hero Bear convert? He plays it over the top of Medieval. He's not up in time. He can't get the read. Hero Bear flicks it over the top from Stover's shot. 2-1 to the Vipers. Game on.
And that is a great shot from Hero Bear. Recovering right after that demo, your smoke screen. You have no idea what you're going to go into, and he's 0 boost nonetheless. He has no visual, no resources to work with other than the split second as soon as you get out of it. Takes that shot, top corner. Medieval cannot save it. Excellent play. Oh my gosh, almost sniped that front post. And the Vipers, a very good play. You know, one thing that I've been noticing a lot is when the Vipers get these scoring opportunities, it's always Tim playing the second man, and Medieval's always that first man. Every time Medieval is, you know, back, they tend to have more chances on the Penguins. So if Vipers can keep catching out that rotation, it'll be good for them. However, they give it away there.
They do, and we're back to an even scoreline, 2-2. Hero Bear going to be up for that one. Medieval looks like he had the read on that, but wasn't quite able to get there from Hero Bear's work. And now the Penguins going to try and bring this one forward. Medieval sending that one up. Might just be destined for the net. Stover not going to bite on the fake. Tim's not going to follow it in either. Nice save from Stover as the Vipers bring this one forward. Hero plays it over the top of Tim. Medieval's going to be there on the cleanup though. Plays it off the sidewall and now brings this one forward. Nice save from Stover again. Hero Bear in a bit of a tough position, bit awkward for him as he tries to get this one out of the corner, gets bumped for his troubles, and now Medieval going to try and get control of the ball, but unable to do so. Hero Bear trying to play it around Tim. Nice read from Tim though on the sidewall. And now it's a difficult position for the Vipers, but they are going to end up clearing the ball. Is Medieval going to get there before Stover? He's not, but he does get the 50. Stover just plays it around the corner, so Tim doesn't have a free shot. Nice work from him. That one's going to go right across the face of goal. Stover again with a good save. And it's scramble defense for the Vipers, but it's just about working, Chris.
I am freaking out right now watching the Vipers just throw it across their net so many times. It's ending up right there. And it's just so close, yet so far away. Finally, they get to see the other half of the field. But it's Medieval. Who else would be on the ball? It's a whifty again. It's incredible. Tim, he finds Medieval. It's a passing play to give him the lead.
Oh, that feels really bad if you're Stover, because he just needed to get something on that to get it away from Tim. Wasn't able to do so. Tim finds Medieval, and he manages to get the turn on the ball to put the Penguins 3-2 up and in a position to win this series. Hero Bear needs to clear this ball, not able to do so. Medieval's up first, but nice demo coming out from Stover. They really need to make this work now. 18 seconds on the clock. Stover plays it over the top of Tim. He's going to get the second touch as well, but that one's not destined for the net. Now Stover trying to find an answer. He tries to play it in. Medieval with the save. Oh my goodness, that one was definitely on target going in. 4 seconds. The Vipers need to keep this up. They're not going to be able to do it. In fact, it's going to be a goal for the Penguins. It's not quite, but they don't need one. And the Penguins managed to come out of the game with a 3-2 victory and out of the series with a 3-1 victory. I would say they're very, very good good value for that victory, Chris, but the Vipers made them work for it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it took an incredible redirect from Medieval. You can't see net. You're in that corner. It's a very tough read that most players cannot get, and Medieval makes it work. 716 points. Medieval. I mean, I think that was the lowest score he had in this series. He was lights out. Speed, kickoffs, whatever you want to call it. He was everywhere for his team and the Penguins. I mean, let's take a, that was a 50-50 split that the community predicted, and well, the Penguins just maybe put themselves in the running for champion contention.
I think it's hard to look past them. I mean, Medieval and Tim played a really good game, and that is their C lineup. Two cool dudes with the 11-7. He is the A player on the Penguins, so a really difficult team to play against, and definitely one to watch out for in this Origin season. But also fair play to the Vipers. They were playing with their reserve. You have to remember that. Hero is not one of the starters on this Vipers team. And you have to guess, if they were playing two of their starters, does that game go differently? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But you can only play what's in front of you. The Penguins did that, and they came away with the win.
Absolutely. And I'm asking the boys if we're going to get an interview here soon. But I you know what? For the first game for the Vipers, they don't look bad.
No.
There was a lot to go away. Hero Bear playing reserve, if that's the case, maybe he didn't even expect to play. Maybe he comes in cold. There's a million factors that can go into what happened in that game one. They just started off slow. But those games that they regained, they brought it back. They were able to fix the mistakes that they made in the previous games. And that is what I like to see. It's always, that silver lining right on top. But the Vipers, I wouldn't count them out for the rest of the season. I mean, that's a very strong showing considering how lopsided those games were. It was awesome to watch them play. However, I'm still looking for that game 5, and Origin League is not going to give us it quite yet.
Not quite yet, no. Very, very close to it, but yeah, as you say, not yet. But again, we have to talk about the mental fortitude of the Vipers team, right? Because going down to a Brazil in game 1 is, let's call it how it is. It's demoralizing for a team. You're really going to struggle to come back from that, and they did, and they won that game 2, and they were so close to taking that game 4 to a tie game. They just weren't able to get it over the line. But as the season progresses, as their team cohesion progresses, they have the mental foundations to be a serious contender in this Origin League.
Absolutely. And joining us right now is the Penguins, Medieval, and Tim. Congratulations on that win, week 1. Now it's behind you. How do you feel?
Feels great. I mean, I don't know. It feels like we had a couple of great games out there, and it's my first time in the league, so just getting my feet wet playing with Tim here. So I had a great time.
Exactly. I couldn't say more. Like I'm just relieved I didn't lose all my channel points. I went all in on the Penguins and we doubled up.
Oh
That's the most
man.
important thing. Got to keep those channel points. Fantastic game coming out from you guys. I want to ask about how the mentality was going into game 3, because obviously you guys had a seriously good game game 1. You looked pretty dominant, and then the Vipers come back, win game 2 after an overtime goal which maybe was preventable. How was your guys' mental? How were the comms going into game 3?
Yeah, well, we had our teammates join our chat after that game and just really let us know that we're just gonna repeat game 1. Grandpa RL just said you're gonna Brazil again, and when he says we're gonna do it, then we're gonna do it, and that's exactly what we did game 4 or game 3, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Game 3.
Yep. So I mean, it shook the mental maybe a little bit. I noticed that they were able to play quite a bit better, and so they were no joke at all. But just made me realize we had to step it up for game 3.
Absolutely. And I mean, you guys, the 2 Brazils, it was very rare you see 1 Brazil in a game, but you got 2 in 4 games, so quite impressive. But after they came back from such a close victory, and especially how that 4th game was looking, were you kind of getting worried that maybe history repeats itself and you go to game 5?
Yeah,
No,
in
I
my
think-
mind. Oh, you go.
Go for it, Tim.
Well, in my mind, every so often I'd have this thought of like, oh no, it just doesn't feel right. And then we have an amazing pass play and we score, and those thoughts immediately go out of the way. So I think we had enough good moments in that game 4 that it kind of helped keep any of those thoughts away.
Yep. No, I'd agree with that. I mean, we were just playing our game at that point on game 4. We knew what could happen game 1 and game 3. We knew what happened game 2, but at the same time, if you do averages, the way we were playing was working, so we're going to stick to it.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask a question about preparation. So obviously the Penguins is Tuchel dudes and you guys. Did you know you were playing this week early on, or was it a late decision? Have you played a lot together? Have you got in many reps? Or is this a relatively new team that seems to have found its cohesion quite early on?
We knew that we would be the pairing pretty early on this week. I had a lot of work obligations that came up this week, so it did limit the amount of games we could play together, Medieval and I.
Yeah.
But we were able to get some good practices in. We did a scrim, and I think that really helped like iron out a lot of the wrinkles.
We got a couple games before the match tonight, and then also I think there was one night earlier this week with scrims, and then just we were able to know we were playing together. So we got we got a good number of games in before we got into this one, so we were pretty comfortable playing with each other already.
Excellent stuff. I mean, you guys played out of your minds that game, or that series, I should say. But looking for the rest of the season, are there any teams that you're kind of looking to just keep your eye on, see how they're doing? Anyone you want to maybe grudge match? Anything after week 1? I know it's early, but there's always someone.
Exactly. We scrimmed against the Hammerheads, and that didn't go so well. That was our game to help figure out what the wrinkles were, and we're excited to eventually see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, as me pretty new to the league, I can't say I know a whole lot of other people, but yeah, one screen with Hammerheads. Yeah, I guess they're the first on the list then.
Grandpa in chat saying all of them, which I appreciate. Absolutely great. Chris, do you have any other questions for our guest?
No, I mean, you know what? I love to see the Penguins win. I hope you guys continue to do great in the Origin League.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Is Medieval and Tim the Googler. 3-1 winners against the Vipers today. So that is going to do it for this game, and that is also going to do it for Origin League for this weekend on the FDL stream. Coming at you in about 15 minutes at the top of the hour, we have some Expert League action coming towards your faces. It is Eagles taking on the Huskies, and Chris is sticking around for one more game along with KG Fan. It will be his first stream of the new season, so please stick around. Welcome him to the casting booth as well. But as far as me and Chris go, that is our time. Thank you so much for watching this game. We've had a wonderful time bringing it to you. Best of luck to the rest of the teams for the rest of the weekend, and see you soon.
Okay, it's game time. I'm on one, like it's Kelly and I'm Bay-bound. Treat the greatest competition like the playground. Freestyling J-Spin and make them say wow. Then I beat the brakes off until I'm stay down. Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest fans and worked at it until the world was believing. They gave them no choice but to see it. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time, and so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time, and so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go, can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is match 3, and we're taking it to the Expert League with an instant classic with the Eagles going up against the Huskies. The Eagles fell a little short earlier, but they're back flying high tonight, and KG fan is with me. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm super excited. It's been awesome to see the first few games played, and now I get to cast them. I'm excited.
Absolutely, and you know what? You ran into a rivalry as old as time, playing each other since season 1. You couldn't ask for a better matchup, but a lot of brand new faces to these teams. Flam and Trance Poet coming up for the Eagles, and Jay and Exod for the Huskies. It is going to be a good one. The community thinks 82% of them, in fact, think the Eagles are going to win. But I don't know. This Huskies team looks good.
I'm actually very excited to see what happens. It's been a little bit too long, and I think the players are getting ready to get their skills on the court. Here we go, starting it off, and right there, Exod looking to go up, hits it off the back wall. She Love J, sorry, trying to make it in, but Exod hitting it off the corner, can't quite get a follow-up. Entrance Poet going to take advantage of this. Can't get it around Exod, who gets it back into the zone. It goes over Flam's car. Flam centering it. She Love J able to get it, but a good demo by Flam. 30 seconds in, starting it off, and a little bit of action. It's a couple of opportunities, but nothing quite advantageous yet.
Yeah, the Huskies starting it off really hot, really fast, but the Eagles able to fend off that pressure for now. And again, the Huskies right back on it. The Eagles have to play it into the corner. Demo opens up, smoke screen, scored for Exxon.
Nice play right here. The right off the bat. Again, it's a minute in. There's a few games to play, but a great demo, good play, and they're already showing some great teamwork. And that's something that I'm really excited to see here is these players that have played together and what do they bring to the table right away early on in the league.
Absolutely, and the demo's already getting a little bit more involved than they were in the previous 2 games. And I think that is going to be one of the telltale factors of this one. Jay actually snags that boost from Poet. He doesn't have a lot in the tank. Flam gets it out to midfield. Excellent play by her. Jay trying to stunt them really quickly, but it's not good enough. Jay all the way across the field takes that one. Pinch down. Poet looking to set up Flam, but didn't want to go for it quite yet. I don't blame them, but a lot of space given away to the Huskies when they've been in control for most of this game.
Ooh, there was an opportunity right there for Exod, almost getting the bump on Poet, but Poet able to get around that, centering that, but a little too far away from Flam. I like the pass again. She Love J against the wall, tried to do a little self-setup, couldn't quite get that. Exod gets the boost instead of following it up, comes off the wall, shoots it. Poet with a great save. That was a nice, honest shot right there. That's going to be centered to Flam. She Love J getting that and keeping it in the corner. She Love J all over the place really early on, playing really, really fast, and I would say patient and smart, but this is a good hit by Poet. She Love J can't get back in time, and Poet tying it up with 3:07 to go in game 1.
That catching the Huskies out was, honestly, I didn't even see it coming. The Huskies have been so good on their rotations, quick everywhere on the field, and it's just one long clear that opens it all up. The Eagles strike from afar and out of nowhere, but they have looked for each other in the middle of the field. They just haven't been able to connect yet. Maybe they'll start that going, or maybe they'll get going with that as time progresses.
I agree, and that shot was 74 miles an hour from that far away, so that was a well-hit ball. And if they're going to hit the ball like that, it's going to get kind of dangerous, but I'm liking the play for both teams. Both teams playing very, very team-related. It's been very good to see as She Love J trying to get in there. Can't get it around Poet, who's able to stop it, but Exod trying to take control, does. Fakes out Flam, goes away from it, looking for a shot, does hit it. It's going to go off back wall. She Love J trying to keep it in and does, but it's going to set right into Flam's lap. Flam does get that around Jay, but Jay with a great demo, and I think that's probably demo number 4 by Jay, and it's been a definite anger fest right now in game 1.
Oh, absolutely. The amount of demos, and especially I need to go back and see who's been demoed, because if it's one person that's on the receiving end of all of them, could spell some disaster for either mentality or whatever else it may be. Enhanced Poet and Trance Poet, excuse me, almost taking it the full length of the field. But the clears in the space being utilized from both players are incredible. Flam on the goal line dunk gets the lead.
And there's just a little bit of a misplay. Exod missing it. Sheila has to try to get it across the center as fast as they could, because that probably would have been blotted anyway. It was right there to get it, and you know what? Sometimes those happen. It's a misread, and you just gotta, shrug that off. You've got plenty of Rocket League left. There's a minute 45. It's only a 2-1 game. Lots of opportunities here. Oh, as I speak, that's going to hit off back wall. That opportunity was there. Shield J able to clear it out, and a good clear here as that opportunity could have given them a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and it's not out of the woods just yet for the Huskies. Flam again, a hard one off the back wall, but no boost to follow through with it. Exod is going to get another opportunity back the other way. Jay moves into the corner, but they just can't get around Flam. Again, another 50 win. Huge for the Eagles, but then the follow-up whiff doesn't mean too much as Poet comes in right back down the other way. The Eagles, slow and methodical, switching up that pace of play. Flam gets bumped on the shot. 200 IQ save from Exod. Doesn't even need to play the ball. 1 minute to go. And the Eagles have a nice lead, but not for much longer. Jay ties it all up.
And a little bit of a slow transition play there, but they definitely had a good opportunity. Great pass. Flam can't make it, and that's sometimes that happens. There was a chance on the other side, couldn't quite pull it off, and the great job of the Huskies to get back down the field and make a good, solid play. The patience and the ability to stay a little calm. They didn't worry about it. You can tell that both teams aren't panicking, and that's something that's really nice to see. Both teams playing really solid Rocket League.
Especially not panicking at the speed of which they are playing is shocking to see, because with how fast they're moving, you expect some kind of whiff to come out. Maybe someone just doesn't read it right, going a little, as fast as they are. But no, everyone's maintaining very calm under this pressure, under this pace of play, and they're making it work. And Jay might have another opportunity right before overtime looms. And we have not gone to overtime every game, but we've had at least one in the series, and we might just start it off with another overtime if the Eagles can keep this one out of their net.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I feel like the Huskies are moving for that. That's going to be a pass, but Exide gets away. That's a good job getting away from that, because had that been a nice play, although Poet has a chance. It's going in, and it's a score with 0 seconds left, 3-2. Entrance Poet said, no OT for you. Oh, what a shot.
And that is how you end the first game. Don't even give them a chance for overtime. End it right there. And Eagles, what a way to win game one.
Oh, that was an exciting game. This that game really kind of, if I have to say this, if anything is like that for the rest of the games, this is going to be an exciting series, because both teams played really well. It ended up being just a one touch that just got away from somebody on defense, and they ended up scoring. They had a chance to make that play and just didn't happen. The next few games are going to be absolutely fantastic.
Oh, you already know, if a game starts out that way, the very first match of the night was a 4-minute overtime, and the rest of the series did not disappoint. It only got better from there. And the Eagles, I was honestly, kind of betting on the Huskies there in the first half. I think they looked really good coming out of the gate, holding that pressure. But the Eagles, those long clears to the back wall, following them up, it was great. It was awesome to see, and I want to see them replicate that as they go through, because the Huskies maybe take a little bit more control with it, keep it closer, play for those 50s, and not give the Eagles as much space to work with, because they spread the field a lot, and that is not something you see in the game of twos when everyone's so controlled in the pace of play.
Oh yes, and I would have to say that Sheila J definitely didn't get as many demos late, so they were able to counter that a little bit, or be a little bit more wary about it, and able to keep themselves on the field, and that kind of helped out. They didn't do any as much demoing on their end, or at least specific demoing. I mean, going targeting, but their gameplay, their passing plays were on. Well, they were making those passing plays, and once they come to fruition, things really get exciting.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think everyone but Jay is new to the league, so that is already, put the Eagles on your mark for the rest of the season. That is one thing. That is one team that you've already got to worry about, minus the 7 others that these teams will play. So, just furthering the competition. Exod trying to go the full distance. Oh, Jay just dives in a little bit too aggressive, and they will get punished for it.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I mean, I feel like this is 50-50. I actually don't mind it. It was a good touch right there. I feel like they could have probably gotten there, maybe pre-jumped, but you can't fret about that. It's 30 seconds in, 1-0 game, and that's happened before. There's plenty of time. This is 2s, and I love seeing the fight, and I can't wait to see what the Huskies got in the tank for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. That first goal lead can be a whole difference maker. I mean, Jay, you know, you can take that challenge. You've got so much time to work with going into the rest of the series. So, you know, why not just try to take a 50, get a goal out of it? It works. You catch them off guard once, but got to switch that up if you want to, you know, catch them later in the series. You never want to do the same thing twice, or else the other opponent starts to get that read on you. And awkward out of that corner. Exod works the middle. Jay, what a shot! Ties it up.
No hesitation right here. Knew exactly what they were doing. They went and they saw this ball. They knew it was a pass. They went for it all the way, and you could tell that was a shot with conviction, and I'm loving that. 1-1, 4:07. Plenty of time, though.
Always. I mean, 2 quick goals. This is exactly how we saw Game 1 lay out, and then it was a lot of back and forth action in the midfield, so the teams, they get their licks in early, then they start to, you know, okay, you know, let's just not make as many mistakes. Flip reset in hand, and Transpoet, great save, pushing it to the corner. The bump comes through as well, allows Flam to take her efforts, and the 50, but the Huskies have to play from the back as they run out of boost, and Transpoet gets it around 1, now 2v1 back the other way. Exod not in a great spot, flick, high, save, not there!
Oh, that was a nice opportunity. Decent read on defense, and kind of in no man's land, but was able to get the good read, just not able to get the good enough touch to push it away. But I do like the play, and I like the Moxie. 3:32, lots of times, not even halfway through, as Exod's going to meet Poet in the middle. That boat's going to go into the Eagles' corner. Jay coming up, going against the corner wall, does get it. It goes around Flam, but Exod is way too far back. As Exod going there, getting a self-setup, and it's going to 50 entrance. Jay going up for it again is so aggressive. I'm loving it. Exod trying to get out as Poet going back down the opposite field. Exod has to get there fast. Poet trying to go for goal. It hits it wide. Jay right back on the counter. Can get it over Flam, but Flam, no, able to save it into the corner as Exod taking control. Looking for a pass. Does get the pass. Poet is able to hit it and clear it out to the right side. Flam demoing Exod. There's an opportunity here. Pass to Poet, but Poet's going to hit off the wall, and oh my goodness, that transition play could have been a 3-1 lead, but a good defense by the Huskies prevents that.
And the Huskies, they just have these bursts of offense, and the Eagles always managing to get them on the counters, but they fend off the attack that time around. High on the back wall, Jay up for the shot, in the net! They connect yet again for a second.
Little bit scary on the double commit, but the 2 people going up 2 times the chance to score. Flam almost there in time, couldn't quite get there. Flam's been all over the place making some great saves, but so I would never count Flam out right now. I've seen some absolute great hustle. Oh, this is going to be a 50 kickoff up back wall. Poet going up is going to dunk it down and get it, and nice easy 1 in. We're halfway through the game, a 3-2 lead.
Huskies, man, that lead just keeps avoiding them. And Transpoet right off kickoff, excellent read, puts it to the back post, no chance for a save there. The Huskies, they need to find the Eagles on the back foot. They need to catch them off somewhere, find a weakness, because it's always in Transpoet coming through with these devastating shots, I might add. He's controlled on the field, and the first fake doesn't find the second. The Huskies, what more do they have in them? 2 minutes to go, but the Eagles, they just keep breaking away from that, from how close of a series this could be.
Yeah, and right there, I feel like they maybe could have gotten a chance to be a little bit more aggressive right there, as they could have kept in the corner, but Exod playing a little bit away, as Jay still playing as aggressive as ever. Can get around Flam. That's almost a shot. Exod coming in, and that's going to 50 to the opposite corner, so gives them just enough time for the Huskies to get back. Exod getting it down and 50, winning it into the Eagles' corner. They need to keep doing it. It's a minute 30, plenty of time on the clock, but it is ticking away, even though it's a 1-goal lead. The Eagles are playing really good defense right now, and the action is slowing down a little bit as Flam trying to get a self-setup, not quite making it there.
That back wall is really starting to concern me when it comes to the Huskies. It's never contested, and I don't want to say never because I'm probably wrong on that, but 90% of the time it's just no Husky player there to be able to read the ball, and then the Eagles get away with one for free. It's not a great look if they can just keep exploiting that the rest of the game. In a minute left, the Huskies, they need to find something. That's a good breakthrough. Exod has the back post, shoots and scores.
Oh, what a play right here. Jay with a great assist, getting it off. Great bounce, too, as Flam just overcommitting a little bit. And then Exod with a great control in the air, able to get that soft touch and prevent Poet from getting there, because had that been to the left a little bit more, Poet had a chance to save that, so we had to put it behind him. And a great placement. Loving that. 3-3.
Yeah, that bounce out of the corner did them justice. Oh, and it's a wide open net. Exod, can he still slot it? No, Poet just back in time. That was the Huskies' opportunity. Had the Eagles not been so quick on their rotations back, Huskies both diving at that one. Poet, he's got control, got the first flick. Jay not set up, and they will get punished. 4 on the board, 4 for Entranced Poet, and the lead back in their hands.
That is not the first time Poet's done that. It's the first time Poet's gotten it off so cleanly. And this time it slotted it right in the back of the net. Sometimes at the back post, or sorry, the back wall. Sometimes it hit the side wall. Sometimes his teammates come in. But that was a great shot. Poet is pretty scary right now, playing excellent Rocket League. And you can tell by the 4 goals, scoring every single one.
One of the later pickups in the season, the Eagles having some roster changes last minute. And they found Poet. Oh, we might have had that angle a little bit more time taken. But now, 4 seconds on the clock. The Huskies need to go the whole distance of the field. And Jay gonna get shut down at the midfield. Poet, one more time. Jay keeps it up. No, Exxon always keeps it up, but it's just not in reach. Eagles threatening the sweep here, despite how close this series has been.
Oh my goodness, it's just some of these things just don't quite go their way. Some of the touches are not quite happening. They're just barely going the way for the Eagles. And at any time, if you lose some of that confidence, the Huskies can jump right back into this. And the mentality at the end there that they did not quit, they could win that game. That was telling. That means the Huskies are still in this mentally. They're still in it confidently. And this 3rd game coming up will not be a slouch game anymore either. This is going to be another exciting game. The Eagles have been playing well, but the Huskies are putting up an absolute fight, and they cannot rest.
The Huskies are just inches away from taking that lead too. I mean, they always score, and then it's a quick kickoff goal or something, very close to the kickoff that happens that just gets them on the other end. And Huskies, that last moment right before, they had that back post wide open, and Transpo was caught on the front, and they just couldn't slot it away. A sweep does not do the Huskies justice. If it ends here, it does not serve them right. However, 82% of the community predicted this Eagles team to win. So they know something I don't, because this looked a lot closer than, I think 82% gives them.
I agree 100%. This is not a overwhelming favorite right here when you're looking at exactly how the game is being played. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's very possible they do know something that we don't, at least me. But the Huskies are showing that they're not something that you want to sleep on, at least later in the season, because the Eagles are definitely a good team, playing really well, and you can tell that they're communicating excellently in the first 2 games. But we've got game 3 here. Exod looking for a good pass here, and Sheila J slotting that one nice and easy. And we've had all 3 games where a goal has been scored within the first, I think, 15-20 seconds.
Yeah, you know what? That is a brilliant play from Exod. Gets that first demo, and then Flam going up the wall trying to defend the second touch. However, Exod kind of fakes it. He kind of, am I going to touch the ball? Am I going to go for the demo? Puts Flam in such an awkward position that it just ends up dropping into the midfield. Perfect for Jay to take that away. Excellent. They try to connect here right out of the kickoff, but nothing comes to fruition. The Huskies already making some changes, and I do like seeing this. As they keep going, that shot just a little wide.
Oh, and Exod going for that. I don't think anybody expected it. Exod turning around nice and quick right there. Great opportunity here for that goal. Entrance Poet did not see it coming. He had a chance, though, when Exod turned to maybe throw that ball over him. But good aggressive play. It could bite you later, but it's been 40 seconds and plenty of time for the Eagles to come back. But you can see the Huskies are definitely not slouching. They are continuing to fight and put a lot of pressure on the Eagles.
And you know what? This kind of comes into what happened in the first series. Eagles, they went down 2 in Origin League reference. They went down 2. They gave everything in that third game. They won. But then in that game 4, they just didn't have anything left in the tank. So I don't want to see the Huskies burn themselves out here. Despite how good they look in this game, you've got 3 more at, if you want to win, to do it. So there's a lot on the line. Can you keep it going? You can get it going, but you have to keep it going after that. And that is what is the most concerning, but they look great in this game. The Eagles have not had any of their 1v1 opportunities that they've been taking. The Huskies are finding these shots at midfield. The bump comes through, and it's just wide off the back post.
Oh, another opportunity, put them at 3-0, and that a 3-0 lead is just a good lead to have, even with 3 minutes to go. Sheila J centering it, Exod trying to get it, and that's going to be hit opposite side. That is a slightly dangerous play, as Sheila J can't get the clear, but Flam hitting it and hitting the back wall, unfortunately not able to slot that. Sheila J going for a shot. Poet is able to clear that out and get a good save. Exod not able to get a shot on goal, but is able to get it to the side and give his defense an opportunity to get back. Flam giving it to Jay, who gives it right back to Poet. Oh, actually, no, Poet missing it. Flam able to play good defense and get it in the corner as Sheila J stealing the boost. Exod not making the greatest touch, giving it to Poet off back wall. Can't get that one, but a demo in. Exod is able to get in front of Flam. That was an opportunity for the Eagles to cut the lead in half as we're coming up halfway through this game.
Yeah, the demo crucial, but that defense from Exod getting back into it, incredible, and he picks apart the defense one more time. Back post, give the assist to Exod. We'll find the third halfway through the game. There is time for the Eagles to come back. But Poet just hasn't looked the same in this game as the previous ones to me. He's not found that space in the midfield to work, what he's been doing all game. And that is kind of maybe due to what the Huskies are changing. Maybe they're, playing a little bit closer behind each other, preventing that space, that possession given to the Eagles.
And it's a good strategy considering the fact that the Eagles, when you give them space, have shown and proved that they can. Exod going up for going to get an easy play, as it kind of looked like both Flam and Poet were kind of sitting under the ball and watching it, although now that I see it, Poet was just landing. But it kind of didn't look like they had any clue that Jay was going up for it. Great shot, 4-0, and as that lead climbs and the clock ticks down, with 2 minutes to go, I still say there's plenty of time, but it is starting to tick and it's starting to get harder.
Yeah, at what point do you kind of think, okay, yeah, they've got a lead, there's still more time, and then it just keeps going up, and it's like, okay, yeah, now you've got to do, instead of 3 goals in 3 minutes, you've got now 4 goals in 2 minutes. It's just, at what point does it get too much, and do the Eagles just look for the next game? That touch actually catching Jay wide out, and you know what? Shut my mouth. There is plenty of time.
100%, and that is great placement by Poet. Saw that Jay went a little too far wide, was probably maybe going for the boost, but was able to catch him, set it center, and set themselves up. Great play as Flam and Jay meeting in the middle. Exod coming up nice and aggressive. That 50 is going to go to the opposite side as Jay looking like they're going to beat Flam. But Jay kind of goes a little wide, and instead of going for it, lets Flam hit it in, but Jay takes control instead. Poet able to get it away from Jay. Exod able to stop it. It's a little dangerous sitting in front of the net, but Flam is hit. Gets it into the corner as Exod trying to take control now. Can't get it around Poet. A missed touch. That's a center to Jay. Jay's going for shot. Back wall missing it. Exod going for the cleanup. Can't get a good touch on it. And Poet able to get it and hit it to the corner. And that would have been an extended lead, 5-1. But there's a minute to go, and I don't think they're too concerned about that miss as the time is ticking, and it's just taking away more of it.
No, yeah, you have a 4-goal or a 3-goal lead. One more doesn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things, but you can't give them up, because once you start giving them up, it is just coming down to that moment. What if I had more boost? What if we had scored? What happens if the Eagles get 2 more in 50 seconds? We're gonna go overtime, but they have to get there first.
Yeah, they just have to maybe relax a little bit here. They definitely have this, but 4-2 with 50 seconds left is definitely doable, especially in twos. I do like the possibility of people just going off in 30 seconds, but this has a chance for a kickoff goal. Jay decided to go opposite side, maybe had a chance to distract Poet. Great 50 by Exxon. Jay going up for it, does beat Flam a little bit. That ball's going to land a little awkwardly, but Flam with a great clear as Exod keeping it away from the Husky zone. Poet trying to take control. Exod not being aggressive enough. Poet gets it around one. That's going to be hit but in center, but Flam a little too far to the left as Exod getting it opposite side. She Love J going for it, trying to get it in. Didn't have to worry about it as Exod's goal squeaks its way in.
And you know what? The Eagles, you have to get more aggressive. Time ticking down. You have to go for just shots. Flam, not the best angle to go for, but you had 20 seconds left. You were down 2. At what point do you just say, throw everything that we have at them? If it doesn't work, we were down this game, we were down the whole game. So you threw everything at it. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. You got 2, game 4 is next. There's a lot on the plate, or there's not a lot on the plate until you reach game 5, but the Huskies had the most valuable thing on their side this game, and that was time itself. They will stay alive.
And that's a nice answer by the Huskies right there, 5-2. And I'm going to say this. I do not think the 5-2 score is a testament to what's going to happen next. I think that the Eagles still have plenty left in the tank. They were slow in the beginning, and I think that's what caught them off guard. Other than that, as the end got there, they scored 2 goals, they cut the lead in half, and they put the Huskies on, they put them on notice a little bit. You got to be careful. You can't rest a little bit. And it kind of looked like they were trying to waste time as opposed to be a little aggressive, which was working. I would like to see Poet maybe get a few more single touches, solo touches. But Jay and Exeter are playing excellent defense and preventing that from happening.
Yeah, the Eagles, I said it in the first game, they were abusing that backboard. The Eagles, I don't even think they had an opportunity to get it to the backboard. So the Huskies, rather than cleaning it up on the back line, they've cleaned it up in the midfield. They've controlled that space, and when you give that space away, it opens up an entire new window of opportunity that the Eagles just could not get back in time. 5 minutes back on the clock, though. They can, very well could just come out here. But a lot of the touches that the Huskies made, the Eagles just weren't ready for. They were just standing still. They were like, oh, yeah, that's coming right at me. They were not expecting that midfield presence so fast and so sudden that now they can kind of expect that and ease their way back into the series.
I agree, and I do not think that the Huskies are going to change anything up. They kind of can't. It was working, and it's really kind of up to the Eagles to change it up and try to counter it. That ball is going to sit front. Can Jay get a good touch? But no, Poet with a great recovery off of that 50 that was slightly dangerous. Flam can't get that touch. Poet is going to beat Exod. That ball's going to go in and sneak its way as Exod, I think, hesitated just a little bit too much. 30 seconds in, and Poet scoring and just taking that lead, and they're hoping to keep it.
Yeah, Poet, Flam missing that in the midfield. Exod thinking he maybe had a little bit more time to, but very deceptive is that fake. You might not call it calculated, but it does bait in that last defender, and Trans Poet having the read on it just a little bit closer. It's very well done by the Eagles. And you said it. How do you fix something? You can't fix something if you just won a game, pretty much. You came out, you played your style better, and the Eagles, they're getting real threatening with these shots already in Game 4.
Yes, their aggression has started to pick up a lot more, and Poet, I think, kind of started off, was a little bit more aggressive and tried to take that ball as opposed to, kind of let it come to them, and it's been working. Exod getting it off the wall, that touch just didn't happen, but Flam is right there playing a great midfield game. I know it's only a minute into this game, but they're definitely playing a lot different and took advantage of the close proximity of the Huskies team. I mean, they're really, really close to each other, playing the same exact game, and that kind of led to an open goal.
Yeah, Exod rotating back on the back wall, maybe gonna defend something high, but Jay also followed it up. Jay, you've got your teammate rotating back. You gotta just cut off that angle. Do not let it even begin to become a possibility of a shot, and miscommunication. That's what it boils down to, really. How do you know where you're going when all Jay sees is the ball? And Exod doesn't have a single idea where his teammate is in that instance. Just clean it up. Oh, a passing play in the midfield. It's beautiful from the Eagles.
Oh, I hope they don't have Game 3 fatigue here, the Huskies. There's still plenty of time here, but Eagles are playing really well, and here's what's really coming down to it. Their touches are a lot more crisp than last game, and the fact that they're keeping up the aggression with the touches being so clean, it's a recipe for disaster for the Huskies. And then a 50 win off the kickoff. Poet does not go up for it. Exod is able to stop it, and a good save by Jay. Flam trying to get a touch, hits it off to the side, and is not able to create anything with Poet. Poet going for something, bumping Exod out of the way. Flam doesn't come up on it, but a great play as Exod was just basically sent down to the Eagles side and was absolutely useless for a few seconds there.
This was my concern in Game 3. The Huskies, they had it good. They were comfortable in the series. They made their changes. Now it's 4-0 for the Eagles in Game 4. 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, sure. There's time, but when do you have to start actually getting into it? You need a goal right now. You cannot let the Eagles run away from it. The same exact thing happened to the Eagles earlier. They went down 11-0. It was a brutal sight to see. But now, you gotta just spend it off. And with touches like that, just clean wins in the midfield, you've got to start somewhere else. It's almost like you have to coach yourself mid-series. You have to say, I'm getting beat to these. I gotta fix it. And Poet, hat trick. How do you do it every single time?
Poet, I'm gonna declare MVP of the series. Been absolutely all over the place. An underdunk, if you will. I don't think that's a real thing, but that's what I call those. You just they sent it underneath. You just got, I guess, a nutmeg, if you will, whatever you want to call it. It was an excellent play. 5-0, really taking it to. It's halfway through the game. It's hard to say that there's plenty of time, but I'm gonna say it. There's still plenty of time, and I don't want to take anything away from the Eagles. I don't see it happening, but there's still an opportunity. I want to give the Huskies some confidence. Yes, you can do it.
Oh, and that clear just wasn't hard enough. Flam dumps it into the corner. Exod working away around. That clear's not great, but Jay will cut it off. A high pop. Exod doesn't beat Poet to the touch. And they'll transition all the way back downfield. 50. That's good. Flam has to play from behind. And the bump comes through. Exod, nothing in the tank. Just trying to stall it out for as long as they can. But so much space given to the Eagles. The Huskies just don't have anything to work with. Finally, a little boost for Jay. Demo saved yet again from Poet. It's just everywhere on the field. You just can't get rid of him. Oh, and that's a bad miss. Exod, top shelf. No, it's hitting the bar out. Oh my God, this is not the Huskies team we just saw win 5-2.
No, it's not. These balls are just not happening, and what's happening is the Eagles are so much faster this game. They're so much more aggressive, and they needed to do that. They took a page from the Huskies Game 3 playbook, and they've gotten around it. Look at Poet playing a lot more decisive. Exod going back a little too far. I think they had a chance to get there as Flam almost getting demoed, but able to get out of it. Exod sending it right to Poet. Poet sending it to goal. That's not going to be a save, but I think that had a chance. Jay missing it. Flam's going to go hit it wide right, and Exod going to take over. It's 5-0. There's 45 seconds left. The comeback is really hard to say, but nice demo. Good play right there. Children can't get that great demo. Exod trying to go in for it. Poet going to stop it. It's going to stay in front. And another opportunity for the Huskies just doesn't happen, and that's just how it's been the entire game.
I don't know how Poet is doing this right off of the respawn. Gets back to it, save after save. It's incredible. You just ran into an immovable object in this game, and the Huskies, 10 seconds. But the rest of the series was great. Even the games that you lost, they weren't blowouts. Like 3-1, I feel like that's fair for this game, but a 5-0 in the end, Eagles just pulled it out in the end. That was a stellar performance from Entranced Poet, and I think you said it best. MVP for the series right there.
Oh yeah, 100%. And then that Game 3, I'm not even going to call that Game 3 fatigue for the Huskies. That was the Eagles waking up and saying, nope, we're not going to handle this. We're not going to best of 5. This is the end. And Poet, I would say, I'll use the word, he woke up, said, you know what, game 3, just I wasn't quick. I sat back a little bit. I'm not sitting back this game. I'm scoring goals. Flam said, "Oh yeah, I'll do it too," and they had a 3-goal to 2-goal respectively. And Eagles, awesome series, winning the series, I believe, 3-1. And yeah, good job.
That, I mean, 82% predicted the Eagles to win. So they knew something that I did just double ping for an interview. Oh boy. Oh, good job, Quick. Oh man. And back to the train of thought. I don't even know what it was.
I think it was just a great play, but a great game, a great series actually. The Huskies put 3 awesome games together, and then the Eagles really took it to them. Then just I would say the Eagles had just a little bit more confidence right there, as opposed to the Huskies at the end. When the Huskies had some missed opportunities, it maybe just kind of bogged them down, and the Eagles just kept hitting and just getting everything they got.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, that game 4 is going to be a hurdle this season for some teams, and I want to see really who can break that curse, because it's always game 4 is the make or break of a team. It is very hard to get out of that and actually, build that momentum. Like you just put everything into game 3 and then you just have nothing left in the tank. You've still got so many more games to go. How do you do it? That going down 2 is very devastating, but the Eagles come away with a win here, and we got Poet and Flame Maringo. How are you guys feeling after that win?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling confident after that win. Yeah.
Now, I just got to say that game 3, the Huskies, they had it all made. What happened between game 3 and 4 that you guys let's just win?
Do you want to answer this?
Yeah, well, we switched up our strategy. Like, I was playing a lot more defensive, and Entrance was trying to play it safe. And at one point, I was just like, "Hey, let's just play more aggressive. Let's just put it on." And that was kind of our little strategy switch. And we saw them start fumbling at the end of that game 3, and then we just decided to go with it.
Now, would you say that from game 2 and game 3, did you decide to maybe slow it down a little bit game 3, or was it just one of those Rocket League games where you weren't quite as fast as you normally are?
I think they kind of took us by surprise because they did a little playstyle switch too. I think according to like how we were playing, and we thought like, okay, so we just start playing more aggressively, and then just see how that goes, and it worked.
Definitely worked. Great counter on that last game, and 5-0. It was a great statement win, I think. Chris, how did you feel about the entire series?
I'm so coming in, I didn't know how basically anyone played. There was 3 brand new people to the league, and Trans, you were the newest pickup out of everyone, and Flame, you were ranking up from Origin League. You almost played at a different level, and honestly, if I would have guessed your salary, I wouldn't have even, it looked shocking that you are, what, a 12-1 playing in there? You looked phenomenal. The start of that game was, the speed was unbelievable, and I could not believe that we were watching Expert League. Expert League is, it's been notorious, you ramp up as the skill level goes up, but you guys played phenomenal. And the Huskies too, I don't think played bad, but you guys just played that much better. So is this kind of the energy that you can bring to every game? Because this is only week 1.
Yeah, I think that last game there really certified it. And Trance and I have been playing together for like 2 years. So we kind of just relied a lot on our like chemistry and stuff to just take us there in that last game. We could kind of like, we just felt like we were in place, like between the two of us. We were both like matching each other's energy, being more aggressive. It's just about kind of chemistry and just like getting into the vibe of where we need to be.
And the nerves too. Like I was a bit nervous playing on stream at first, but
Same.
like I think it's honestly I think it's only up from here.
True.
Like once I get that sorted out, and it wasn't as bad as I thought. Yeah.
It definitely week 1. It brings out. either the worst or the best in people with those nerves. I could say I confidently got swept because I was kind of nervous, and I've been playing here for 7 seasons now. It just never gets better. But you guys, despite the nerves, pulled it out. KG, do you have anything else for him?
No, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you guys on stream in the future, and I look forward to seeing you guys progress. This is going to be an awesome, awesome season, I think. So thank you guys for an awesome series.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting
Yeah,
and
thank you
streaming it.
so much.
All right, and that is our third match done for tonight. We've got one more. The returning champions from last season will take the field yet again. I will not be here, but KG will take it over. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, game time. I'm on one, like it's Kelly and I'm Bay bound. Treat the greatest competition like the playground. Freestyling J spin and make them say wow. Then I beat the brakes off until I'm stay down. Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest fans and worked at it until the world was believing. They gave them no choice but to see it. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time, and so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time, and so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go, can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Welcome back, Frontier Doubles League. I am KG Fan 3. Squirrel can't be with us right this very minute. Unfortunately, he's saving too many lives from a collapsed building somewhere. I'm not actually sure where. It was confidential. So we're going to just stick with me for now. We have the Coyotes and Vipers of the Expert League. This is Season 7, Match Night 1. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me. But we got Robot Man. He's doing an excellent job. I don't have too much to say about these two teams. I would actually have to say that the chat probably has way more to say. Looking at the predictions here, if my mouse will work, I'm looking at here, we've got a pretty even one. The Coyotes right now at 57% to the Vipers 43%. So it does look like that each side has some fans or some predictions for either team to win. So that is a good thing to see. So I'm very excited to see what the chat says and brings to the table, as long as I can keep it up with there for you guys. For those of you who want to go, I am ready here. I don't want to bother you with the crazy details that I do not have. So I'm letting the teams know right now to join. So when we get in there, we're going to be ready to go. Again, this is Expert League. This is the Coyotes and Vipers Season 7, Match Night 1. And they're right here ready to go. It looks like TTV Ali, I don't know, and Stover Gaming against Nonsense Nerd and SLNG 283. Nonsense and Ali meeting in the middle. That ball's going to be hit center. Stover trying to get to the opposite side, is able to dunk it just a bit over Sling. Stover sending it down to Ali. Ali trying to hit it down. It's going to go a little too far over the wall and hit the backboard. Trying to clear it out is Nonsense. Can't get it, but does get it as both the Vipers are on their corner on the opposite side of the field. Nerd trying to get a center. Can't quite get it there. Is a little too far ahead. Both teams missing. Ali trying to get it in and can't quite do that either as he drops away. Stover getting the demo, giving them a little bit of an opportunity here. And can get it around Sling. Nonsense coming in, gets the save though. Good recovery from the demo. And Ali couldn't quite get that and hit that cleanly. Nonsense catching this one. Can't get it around Stover, but Sling is there to play defense. Hitting it towards goal, going up for it. Trying to make a little bit of a play. Ali is able to stop it. Nonsense moving up a little too far up. Stover can't quite get there, and that demo from Ali hits it. Stover get a clean play, but Sling able to get back in time, and great defense right there. So we're about a minute in. Both teams playing a little bit sporadic, I'd say, but it's nerves on a game 1 and Season 7. It's Match Night 1, and people are trying to play some excellent gaming here. So they're playing really fast, but Ali trying to stop it. That was a demo as Sling comes back. Nonsense a little too far up, and Ali with a great catch and is able to get this in. And there you go, right off the bat. Or sorry, 3 minutes and 40 seconds in. Feels like it was off the bat. Everything was playing so fast. I liked it. We have a 1-0 lead, but the Vipers taking that as Ali kind of dominating and is a lot all over the place right now as they win the kickoff. Going back, Stover moving up as Nonsense getting a little off of it. That was an awkward touch in the corner, and it gives Nonsense a chance to take over. Stover trying to play a little bully ball, being really annoying. Nonsense getting it around Ali, but it sends it to the opposite side of Sling trying to center it, and it's going to be Ali who gets it in. Nonsense with a nice play. Can they get the pass off? They cannot, as Stover keeping it away from center. Nonsense trying to keep it in, but Stover again able to clear it. Sling coming up, getting demoed by Ali, but is able to keep it in that corner as Stover hitting it opposite side and getting away from Nonsense and slowing down the play a little bit as both teams, even though it's a 1-0 game, they're definitely still trying to find their footing. Stover centering it. Sling able to hit it off the wall as Nonsense getting a decent clear as Ali catches it to the side, looking for some sort of solo play. Going for a little bit of an air drag. Stover double committing, and that gives Nonsense a chance. Can Nonsense slot this one? Does. It doesn't take any chances. Tying the game up. 2:41 to go. There you go as the Coyotes making it a game. And just looking at the stats right now, and again, I would like to point out that points don't mean everything, but Ali playing a lot faster than Stover right now, and most of the touches are a little bit more precise, but that doesn't mean anything. We've got plenty of time here. Ali going up, does dunk Sling. That ball's going to waterfall down. Stover going for a good stop by Nonsense, and both teammates getting back. I'm not sure if Nonsense hit that or Stover hit that, but a good play by Ali to get back. So if that was a back pass, that was a good play. I just missed who touched it. Nonsense able to get the save. Stover trying to make a play, but cannot, and it goes over as Sling trying to control. Stover stopping it. Nonsense hitting it towards goal. It's going to go top right and hit back wall with Stover stopping it. Nonsense turning quickly, is able to get it into the corner. Ollie missing it. Nonsense missing it. Stover missing it. We've got quadruple, triple whiffing going on. Sling going up for it and hitting it into the corner. And Ollie trying to get a clear out as the Coyotes had some aggressive offense right there. Just couldn't hit it in the back net. And the Vipers able to weather that slight storm right there. Stover is centering an accident and giving Sling a chance to get it, who hits it too far away. Ollie hitting it back. Nonsense was up pretty far, going for a nice hit, and it's going to hit off the side bar and go out. And an opportunity right there, wide open net, but couldn't slot it. And giving the Coyotes a chance to come back, getting it away around Ollie. Stover sending it right back in. Nonsense. Oh no, sorry, Stover demoing Sling. Nonsense keeping it away. Ollie getting it to center. They can't. Can they get this in? Stover can't get there. A little too far up. And unfortunately, Nonsense is going to take control for the Vipers. Nonsense going for some sort of shot, but a little too weak. And the Ollie sending it right back in, but Sling getting it right back in. Stover pushing up a little too far. Can Sling make a play on this? Does, getting it around Stover, taking a 2-0 lead with a minute to go in this game. Oh, the pace has been fast. The games have been excellent, or the game has been excellent, and now there's a minute to go. There's still plenty of time here, but we have a good aggressive play from the Coyotes, and it's starting to work. Stover can't get a play on Nonsense Nerd, who goes wide right with that. Ollie taking control, going the opposite way. Ollie going for a pass off the wall. Sling able to touch it. Stover going up for it, can't get it as that ball gets hit off to the side. An opportunity right there for the Vipers to tie it up. Can't quite do it. Sling hitting to the opposite side. Ollie looking to take control. Getting it kind of over Nonsense, who's able to hit it into the corner and waste a teeny bit more time. Stover going up for it. Going off back wall. Is it going to waterfall it down? It does. Stover back wall. Ollie going up for it. Sling going up for it. Sling able to get the 50. It's still in their zone as Ollie and Stover are a little too close to each other on the opposite side, landing there. Nonsense going off the side wall, hitting it off the back. Ollie able to read it. They have very little chance here, but they do have a chance here. Ollie hitting the air. Going for a play. Ollie hitting it, but Sling able to read that. What a pre-jump right there by Sling, and ending this match 2-1. Great win by the Coyotes. Oh. And that's why the chat predicted a possible, who knows right here. I think if I remember correctly, the prediction ended 57%, 43%. Great game, though, by the Coyotes. Ollie starting and ending strong really fast. It's going to be interesting to see if Stover Gaming can pick it up. Ended up having 3 demos, but having a bunch of goose eggs. No goals, no assists, no saves, no shots. Definitely needs to probably pick it up a little bit more. But Ollie playing excellent game. That being said, on the opposite side, Nonsense Nerd and Sling playing absolutely wonderful, especially once they calmed down at the end and the Rocket League started to flow a little bit better. We're looking forward to the next game because I think that both teams, you could tell, were calming down especially within the last minute and a half, I'd say. And they were playing, the Rocket League they were playing started to be a little bit more precise and a little bit more crisp. So both teams, I'm looking forward to that, starting this one off, starting off game 2. Let's see what they've got in the tank, and let's see what aggressive plays they pull out, because 2-1 is nothing, and the Coyotes just ended up getting that last goal. I do think the Vipers have plenty of opportunities here. They definitely had some chances at goal, but both teams, I think, played good defense and did not really panic. A couple of whiffs in the beginning, and like I said, at the end, they really picked it up. Looking forward to the next game here. I think this is going to be another one of the same. I didn't see anything that would concern me about either team having a little bit of a mental lapse. Both teams were on it, and I look forward to the progression of the teammates. Maybe a few more passes here, but I don't know. I think this is going to be a great series, just like the last one. I'm hoping for a best of 5 or a straight 5 series because I want more Rocket League. Neither team really wants that, though. So we do, I believe we're the chat. I'm looking at the chat, and they say 59% to 41%. So it's a pretty decent split. Could be better, but that just means that one team is a little bit favored, and that's what we like to see at the same time. We want to see maybe an underdog. Stover taking control of this ball off a little bit after the kickoff, 10 seconds in. Can't get it around both teammates. Ollie keeping it in. Stover was on that side, going up for it, and going to stop Nonsense's hit to the opposite side as the ball floats to the center. Sling going for shot. That is going to go off the back wall, though, and that's not even going to become close to shot as Ollie getting it away. Stover taking Nonsense's push to the center. Nonsense turns right around and hits it right back again to the center, which Ollie says absolutely not, and takes control of it. Gets it around Sling, looking for another play, but Nonsense with a good read. Stover hitting it to Nonsense. Does get the save. What a recovery by Stover. And that right there goes to show you that the Stover is not going to go away. Gotta be, you can't sleep. You just can't sleep. So Coyotes are obviously going to play really hard from here on out. Ollie trying to get it in. Sling stopping it. It's going to sit there for Stover, who can't get it around Sling, who dunks it. Ollie not taking that one and trying to center it forward, but doesn't get the touch they're looking for. Stover and Ollie kind of double committing. Ollie sending it a little farther down. Sling hitting it off the wall. Stover trying to read Sling. Does. Stops it, but Nonsense is there. Centering it. Does get the 50 win over Ollie. That's going to be trying to double touch it off the wall. Ollie coming in for the defense is able to clear it and get it the opposite way. So another opportunity right there for the Coyotes. But a minute and a half has gone by, and we do not have a goal as Ollie can't quite get it around Nonsense. Great defense and patience, but Sling overcommitting. Stover able to slot it back post, and we have a 1-0 lead as the Vipers take that lead. 3:17 to go. Woo! Oh, I'm liking this game as well. Both teams playing really well, and I do think the game's a little crisper this time. A lot of patience here right off the bat. It's been almost 2 full minutes, and both teams playing really well, and I don't see any team out of it as Nonsense going for a play off the wall, hitting it off back wall. Ollie decides to stop. Sling did not go up for it, and I do like the play, but no one to go for it. Ollie tried to get around Sling, does. Nonsense able to stop it as Ollie couldn't quite get it on goal. Stover trying to make it, but does not get a clean hit. The opportunity was there to at least get a shot on goal. Just couldn't quite do it as Stover's trying to center it. Couldn't quite get it. Again, as Ollie decided to not be aggressive. Stopping that one before it goes center. Can't quite get it around Nonsense, who is able to sit it to Sling. Sling in the corner. Going up for a touch. Can't quite get that. Looking for a pass. And Stover patiently taking control. Accidentally hitting it backwards. Nonsense coming up. Great play. Missing it. Oh, an opportunity there. Demo in the back end, so no follow-up here for the Vipers for a long ways. And a demo by Nonsense yet again. Keeping the Vipers off the field as Ollie reading Sling. Can't get the demo on Nonsense. And missing the corner boost in the opposite end as Stover keeping it in. Getting another touch and does get it around a sleeping Sling is Nonsense. And Sling missing this play by Stover. And Stover, I think I said it at the end of the first game. If Stover wakes up, this could change. Stover has woken up, and things are changing. Oh. Stover and Sling going to meet in the middle. It's a 2-0 lead here for the Vipers. Still plenty of time. The Coyotes have a 1-0 lead, but that missed touch by Nonsense and Ollie playing an excellent aggressive game, getting that boost and then running up and taking advantage of the miss right there. Those things happen. Just got to shrug that one off. We've got plenty of time. I still say there's 2 minutes left. There's still plenty of time on that clock. You've got this, Vipers. I want to see overtime. Let's go Rocket League. Ollie, Nonsense in the middle. Ollie winning that one. It's just one of those games where they just keep winning it. Ollie with another good 50. Sling able to kind of win that one because of the boost. But Ollie playing really strong right there. Stover keeping it in the corner, looking for another play. Can't get that touch as Sling was patient and waiting for that one, getting it around Ollie. Ollie hitting it to the opposite side and needing that, because if that was a center, I think Nonsense was going to come flying in. Nonsense hitting it the opposite side, getting demoed. Doesn't have to worry about that right now as the Vipers, they're kind of close together, getting it away from his Stover, needing to do that because that shot was on goal. Ollie rotating back and a good defensive rotation there. They had a chance to cut the lead to 3-1 and a good heads up and smart play by the Vipers right there. Stover trying to get it over Nonsense. Nonsense stopping it, keeping it into the midfield, catching it, trying to get around Ollie and getting the 50 win. That's going in the opposite corner. Sling going up for it. Stover kind of misreading that, I'd say. Sling getting a touch, does get a beautiful touch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What an angle, a minute to go. This game's not over. Look at that touch. Oh, I'm liking this. what a beautiful touch. I'm liking the aggression here. Coyotes are not out of this. A minute to go, 2 goals is not an insurmountable lead. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Vipers playing really aggressive and they're doing a great job, but you can't just rest on your laurels. You got to keep going as Nonsense getting the dribble in. A good 50 by Ali, as Nonsense has been doing a great job on his 50s all series long, although all series is just 2 games. I don't care. That's a decent enough sample size. That's going to go wide left off of the 50. Sling playing a little bit of the pole dance game. That's okay. Nonsense getting it cleared. Going for that double. Can he get it? Cannot get that solid touch as Ali was there. Sling keeping it in. That's going to go off back wall. Can Stover get the clear? Does, and gets it to the opposite side of Nerd. So Nerd had to spend some time getting it there. 10 seconds left. If they don't score now, it's over. Stover missing that one. Wasting time, though. 7 seconds on that clock if they don't score right this very second. And as Ali stops it, it's over. Vipers are going to tie up this series 1-1, and we're playing for posterity, and there you go, ending it. Oh, so that I said, that first game wasn't quite it. There was definitely an opportunity for the Vipers to take over. Stover Gaming really took over. Ali just had to sit back and kind of relax. Did not sit back and relax and ended up making some excellent plays, and that was the teamwork we needed. They just had like maybe just that one game. They were warming up, and their warm-up was there. That being said, Sling and Nonsense on the opposite side weren't quite as fast and probably had a few touches that they probably wanted to go their way that didn't, and just kind of maybe just took them out of their rhythm, a little bit of a funk, but there's still plenty of games to be played. We have a tied series here. That means that there's 2 more wins to be had for either team. So that just kind of goes to show that this series, especially with a game like that, can go either way. I'm looking forward to this. Chat has been doing an absolutely wonderful job of keeping us in the loop, and thank you, chat. Another thing, you guys do not get enough credit for being here. The fans are definitely what kind of keep this going, and I know we appreciate it here in the booth and in the production, and also all the players love it too, so we look forward to seeing you. And if anybody, if any of you, by the way, want to join, I bet you there's room, although this is the beginning of the season, so maybe not right now. Game is about to start. I'm going to look at the screen. I'm very sorry for being unprofessional, as Ali is going to meet Nonsense in the middle. Ali meeting Nonsense in the middle, and that ball goes straight to the ceiling. I love seeing that. Stover can't quite read it, is able to get it back into the Coyote zone. Sling going for a goal. Can't get that second touch as Ali is able to clear it out and get it away. Nonsense now has to get in front of Stover. Stover trying to get it in, and Nonsense able to play a good defensive play. Sling gets back in time, and that's another thing I want to mention, that both teams have been playing good teamwork. They're not leaving either one out to dry, and they're always hustling back. So that's another thing to keep in mind is that when you're playing Rocket League, you do have a teammate, and they do want you to do well. That's going to be a pass. Nonsense, I think, was going for a demo. Maybe a little too aggressive, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Sling with a good 50. Nonsense coming in, hitting that, going for a double touch off the ground. Can't quite get it in. And Stover able to clear it into the corner and prevent that, as the ball is going to have a little bit of lull, and the Vipers not playing as aggressive right now, playing a little bit back. Ali getting it around one, and Sling able to get in the corner. That was a dangerous play. Stover trying to center it and does, but Ali got bumped by Nonsense, so that was an excellent defensive play. Good heads up. Nonsense moving up. Stover's there. That's going to be an open shot by Ali. Ali's able to get there as the Coyotes kind of pushed forward into the corner a little bit too much here, and that kind of got them, that put them in trouble. I need a drink. I apologize. Whew. All right, Sling going to meet Stover in the middle. That's going to go right into Ali's breadbasket. Ali going for a nice hit, but Nonsense going to stop that one. Good read. Stover going up for it. That hit the ceiling. Maybe that's what got Stover to miss. Nonsense on goal, and unfortunately, Ali deflects it in. I think that was going in anyway. So Ali definitely had to do what they had to do. Maybe not. I can't quite tell, but it is what it is. 3 minutes and 33 seconds to go. And the game is tied, so plenty of opportunities here for both teams to do something here and show off a little bit for the community. Ollie going off the side wall. Nonsense is able to stop that. Sling hitting it upfield for Nonsense as Nonsense keeps it in the air. Ollie going to take away that boost from Nonsense, who was definitely barreling down on that. Stover with a hit off the wall. Nice hit. Nonsense able to prevent that from going towards goal as Ollie keeping it in. Ollie looking for a solo play. Sling, good read right there. Stover going up, and unfortunately a little too aggressive as they got there a little too ahead of time and hit it in the corner as opposed to the goal. Nerd can't quite get this touch as Ollie's able to clear that into the corner. Nonsense with a weird touch. Stover moving up on it. Stover going for a play, missing that one, looking for a demo, but no, Nonsense and Sling there going for a 2v1. That's going to go off back wall. Sling was a little too far back, maybe had an opportunity there. They just did not get there. As Sling driving away from that, as Stover missing that one. That's going to be centered. Nobody going for it, so Ollie's going to come up for it. Sling missing it. Ollie's going for a play here. They're going to go for a pass here. They do not, unfortunately, missing that one. Nonsense going for here. Can they get this goal? No, they go for that corner boost, boosting over a ball, and another opportunity slightly wasted as that does not come in. And I think right here, there was a few opportunities for both teams to score, and I kind of feel like they went boost over a ball. They're not playing as aggressive they are this game as they were the last ones. And it feels like teams are just not as confident as that was a good pass. Nonsense can't quite get there. And an opportunity again, hitting it backwards though as Nonsense coming out of the goal. A little bit of a bicycle kick, if you will. And there you go. Oh, you didn't see it coming. Stover did not expect that, and sometimes you just gotta go for that one play that doesn't make any sense. Ugh, Coyotes have a 2-1 lead with 2 minutes to go here in the game. We are in Vipers territory. Nonsense with a shot on goal. I feel like that wasn't quite going in, but a good save nonetheless. Ollie hitting up its side. Going up for it. Gets stopped by Sling. Nonsense is meeting it there. That's going to go wide. Stover almost getting dunked, but that gets hit in the corner anyway, so not much of an issue. Sling going up for it, hitting that one. That is towards goal. Nonsense getting that double tap. Can't quite get it in. It hit the crossbar and post, but Nonsense is able to clean it up. Great pass by Sling. And a great cleanup play by Nonsense. Oh, coming out again. Almost identical goals. 2 in a row. You gotta watch out for those. It's gonna be called the Nonsense goal. It's like a variation of a squishy save. Nonsense is able to prevent that from going towards goal. Stover trying to pass that. Gets bumped. Almost able to stop it, but instead the 50 going to the opposite side. But Ollie's going to catch that one. That would have been just heartbreaking for the Vipers, who still have a chance here, although the Coyotes playing so well right now. Stover, that's going to be a center, but that is a clear out by Nonsense, who's going to just slow it down a little bit and now push it forward. Ollie's there, able to get the save, but that's another way to keep the Vipers honest. So a 3-1 lead here for the Coyotes, under a minute to go. Sling going to take this, hit it off the back wall, looking for a play. Can't get it around Ollie because he didn't touch it, and Stover with a great defensive play because that was a open goal as Ollie needs to score here. Sling gonna stop that, going for back post, but Sling in great position and stopping that one as 30 seconds coming up on the clock. 3-1 lead. A great play by Sling, centering it, but Stover's going to hit it the opposite side as the Coyotes didn't play aggressive enough to go for that one. Nonsense hitting it back as Stover tried to make a play. Ollie, that's a 50 right into Sling, but that's going to go into the corner. Nonsense keeping it in, but a good stop right there by Ollie. Nonsense hitting the opposite side, and now the clock is ticking. 2-goal lead. They're going to keep it into the Viper zone. It's not looking good for the Vipers here. Trying to get it. Nonsense almost getting a last-second goal. And we have it hit the ground. So the Coyotes taking Game 1 and Game 3. We have a 2-1 series lead. And the adjustments they made this game definitely worked. As Stover, kind of again in this game, wasn't quite there, although definitely played a lot better. I would just say that the Coyotes played a little bit more aggressive, and then the touches just happened to be there. It's a 3-1 victory. Nobody ran away with it. That was a hard-fought 4-1 or 3-1 victory. But right now, we've got plenty of time. There's still a few games to go. I'm hoping for a best of 5. So that's why I say that I feel like the Coyotes would not like me right now. And that's okay, because we're here for Rocket League. This is Frontier Doubles League, Season 7. This is match night 1. I'm so excited. I don't know if you can tell. Probably not, because the camera's not on me. For those of you in chat, excited for the Frontier Doubles League, I am too. We're looking forward to a great season. Thank you, Goob. I am appreciating the GOAT chat as well. You guys are awesome. So keep it up. Let's I hear more cheers. Let's go. I can hear the noise in there, but sometimes you just got to keep it up. Let's go. I don't have too much more to say. I think they're getting ready to get right back into this game. Again, Squirrel could not be here tonight. Squirrel had didn't have to do anything. You just saw an opportunity to help and helped. And I feel like if everybody knows what Squirrel is, it's just that type of person. So thank you, Squirrel. And I hope you find your nuts. That being said, we've got a game coming up here. It is Game 4. The Coyotes have a 2-1 series lead, but that doesn't mean anything as the Vipers won Game 2. So we have a chance here for another great game. And to extend this series, let's do this. Nonsense going in for it. Unfortunately, not getting that one as that ball was stopped in front of the goal and hit to the side. Sling, that's going to be dangerous. A little bit awkward. Nonsense stopping it out with an almost some save. I wanted to be like, what a save, but he couldn't do it. Good play here by Nonsense and a great touch. Good angle, and that has been something they've been doing so far. They've been playing an excellent offense and keeping the Vipers honest. But this is plenty of time. It's 4:45 to go in this game. Vipers still got a chance to bite the the Coyotes a little bit. That ball's going to the side, a little bit of a double tap, but it didn't go the way you were looking for. Not upfield. There's Ollie with a shot on goal. Nonsense going up for it and is able to hit it away and good deflection. Stover keeping it in, looking for a play, but Nonsense hitting it opposite side as Ollie looking to do something with it. No, turns away from it. Nonsense with a great demo on Stover. Can't get it around Ollie, who plays that well and wins the 50 and takes control of the ball. Hitting off the back wall, looking for a solo play. Hits it to Stover. Stover a little bit late, and there was an opportunity right there. And I feel like that could happen again, and that's got to be dangerous. And you got to watch it as Ollie looking to play really well. That's a pass up to Stover. Stover trying to get a hit in and just can't quite read the air shots right now. But I'd be careful here as that seems to be the game that they're trying to play, is they're trying to get the Coyotes to have to worry about both players at all times, and I'm liking this. The Coyotes have a 1-0 lead, but that could change at any time as Stover getting it off the back wall. Nonsense able to clear it to the opposite side, and they're going to slow it down a little bit as Ollie looking to reverse field. Nonsense coming up. Can't quite stop it as Ollie's still taking over. Ollie getting it around Sling. Nonsense going up for it, is able to stop it, hits off the ceiling. Stover going for it, goes for goal. I like the shot, almost slots it near post. That would have been a beautiful shot. Would have snuck that in there, and that would have been insane. But Nonsense able to get on Stover. Ollie has a chance, going for a play here. It's going to go back wall, looking for another touch. Does get the touch and is able to get this one solidly in. And that ties it up. 3:03 to go. Still plenty of time in the game, and hopefully in the series. A 60-mile-an-hour follow-up shot off the back wall, and Ollie's trying to make no nonsense, if you know what I'm saying. Stover meeting Sling. Nonsense shot on goal off the kickoff, but Ollie able to stop it. Stover looking like they're getting back. Didn't need to get back as Ollie taking control, almost hitting that on goal. It's a little wide, almost. It's like about a ball's length out as the clear gets back into the Viper zone, and Ollie missing that one. Almost centering it, but wins the 50, getting around Nonsense. Sling coming back, dunks Sling. That ball's going to be a little awkward, and Stover not going for it, now going for it. Can they beat Sling? No, they cannot, as Sling going, and as Stover was backed off a little bit. Almost Sling decides to take it up the wall, almost faking out Ollie, but Ollie did a good job. Sling bumping Stover, wide open goal, and that is a great team play here. You gotta give Sling credit, and you kind of wish that there were assists on bumps, because man, I would love to see what type of stat that is, but like a bump clear, a clear out, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I would love to see that stat. Nonsense right off the bat, kind of going for goal. Sling winning the 50. It's going to go off the wall. A 2-1 series or game lead here. Stover centering it to Ollie. Ollie going up for it, going for a shot. That is a solid shot. Nonsense has to center save it, but Sling able to stop that one. Ollie coming right back. Nonsense almost hitting it out as Stover stopping it. Stover getting the side boost. Can't get around Nonsense. Nonsense getting bumped and stopped, so Ollie's going to catch it. Nonsense actually hitting it into the corner for Ollie, who doesn't follow it. A demo by Stover. Sling centering it, but nice and far away from Stover. Sling has a wide open goal. Can they get back in time? They cannot. And Sling is going to extend this lead with a minute 35. It is 3-1. And this could be the end of the series right here, although I do not think it is, as the Vipers still have a lot of fight in them. They're not done yet. There's still plenty of time on the clock as Stover's gonna meet Sling in the middle. Stover's, that's gonna be a 50, almost down center. Ollie hitting at the back wall. Stover and Ollie there. Ollie missing the corner boost, unfortunately. Having going for the side boost. Stover centering it, trying to get away from Sling. Can't quite get it around. It's a 1v1 here. Can Sling get it around? No, it can't. Nonsense is there to back that up, though. And a good demo by Ollie, keeping them in it. Stover gets 50'd by Sling. Ollie getting it away from goal. Nonsense hitting it in the air, going for a solo play. Hitting it towards the goal. A double commit by Ollie and Stover, but it is harmless. So there's a minute to go here. We still have plenty of time. Ollie, the 50, is won by Sling, and Nonsense able to clear it in the opposite side, but every time this clears happen, that's time coming off the clock, and they can't afford too much of this, as the Vipers are down 3-1, coming up on 30 seconds to go in this game. Nonsense stopping it, Sling already there, as Stover can't quite get in front. Sling has an open goal, no, slows it down. Nonsense trying to bump him, Sling off back wall here, Nonsense going up for it, can't quite get it. That could have really padded the lead. But we have a possible opportunity here for the Vipers. They can't stop it, though. And that ball's dangerous here. 20 seconds to go, and they really, really need to get something going right now. Ollie can't dunk Sling. Stover is going to have to get in front. They cannot. Nonsense off the back wall. Wide open goal here, and that's going to pretty much end it. 9 seconds to go. 4-1. And that's it. Squirrel saving puppies from collapsed buildings in chat right now. Can't get it in. I was hoping. I was trying to cast a curse or something. Thank you, Squirrel, for saving lives. We understand why you weren't here. We get it. It's okay. But the fight there, 4-1, they're not done yet. Nonsense is trying to go for a last-second goal. Sling they're not able to get it. It did hit the ground. Oh. Well, one moment, please. We're going to see if they're going to have an interview here, but right now, the Coyotes, they did end this series in pretty convincing fashion, although I do love the fight from the Vipers. Stover Gaming, Ollie, and let me tell you something about Ollie, all over the place. So once they get a fluid game going, once they get that chemistry, ooh, it's going to be pretty interesting, because they had a good second game that was full of chemistry. But the Coyotes are able to counteract that game and then really end the series out, playing an awesome job. Nonsense was doing awesome, and Sling, but I would say was the second man in this. Hard to say that they were the second man, but because they were complimenting Nonsense so well, and when they needed to take over, Sling took over. So you love having that as a team, having what you would call a star player, and then what you would have as like a role player when they can flip and switch that and do a convincing job of it. That's what makes things exciting. So what a series win by the Cowboys. And let me tell you, match night 1 has been absolutely awesome. This is season 7. We got plenty of time. We've got plenty of opportunities. And if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow night we've got plenty of games to go. So looking to see if we get these guys in for an interview. And if we do, we'll ask them some questions. And if not, well, you know, we got Frontier Doubles League tomorrow, and you can look forward to that. So I think we're going to get somebody in here. We're just waiting a little bit. They are probably pretty excited about that win, and I don't blame them. Oh, we do have a Nonsense, nerd of the Coyotes. Nonsense, how do you feel after this win?
Hello. Pretty good. I mixed it up this season. I'm starting to use the Venom, and I really like it.
Oh, so you think the car, well, I can't say the car is it, but if you're feeling good chemistry with the car, I would say don't stop it. But I want to say you had good chemistry with your teammate all game. I was kind of mentioning that I think it felt to me that you're the what you would call the one, if you will, but Sling definitely is right there with you, and I think you guys had good teamwork. Do you guys play together often, or is this kind of your first season together?
Yeah, the fun fact. So no, I've never played with him until tryouts, like literally like 3 weeks ago, and then we've only played like comp twice together. But yeah, Sling is like way ahead of his MMR. Like he plays way better. Like some of the things he does in just our regular comp stuff it just blows my mind. So he does a lot better than I would imagine for like a low champ 2, high champ 1. So
I was gonna say, that being said, like I'm a little not quite. You mentioned that it's champ, so that makes sense as to why we saw the gameplay we did. I'm actually gonna say, like, obviously there's another player in the team, but are you looking forward to what type of chemistry you might have later, and maybe because like obviously you guys were trying to pass the ball here and there, but do you think that it's gonna just get better and better as the season goes? I mean, I kind of feel like that it looked like you guys were pretty in sync all game, and especially when you needed to switch those roles.
yeah, so I think the big thing like is we were noticing we're really good at noticing patterns and telling one another what we see. So like right away it was pretty obvious they were going for heavy demos, and we're like we gotta play that game, and we gotta focus on making good 50s and controlling more of the ball. I realized earlier on that we were me specifically, I was booming it a lot more in the early games, just straight to the corner to kind of give some space. But they rotated a lot towards the back, and I didn't realize how much space we were given until he kind of mentioned it. And then we kind of played off of that, forced more 50s, and it definitely showed.
Oh.
It definitely worked.
I was gonna say your 50 game is very, very good. I have to say it's definitely calculated. You did a great job of keeping them on their toes, and I would like to say that I would agree with you. I feel like since you mentioned that I feel like they over rotate a little bit, and maybe even hesitated on some of the plays that they probably could have been a little bit more aggressive on. And I think you won the aggression battle. So I would say that I'm looking forward to you guys on stream. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we end this?
No, man, feeling pretty good. Hey, we won Grant champion last season, so we're going for 2-time, baby. And I'm feeling it with Sling, and we got Unsung on here, so yeah, we're going for round 2, baby.
Oh, so there you go. There you have it. This is the champions speaking, and they're putting everybody on notice. The league is now officially on notice. They're coming for a back-to-back championship. So nonsense. Thank you for thank you for playing the games on stream. Without the people that are willing to play, we technically don't have a league. But also, Robot Man in the background. Again, without a producer, what do we have going for here? We can easily do this without somebody like me. So don't worry about me. The chat, though, thank you so much. Nonsense. I appreciate you you coming in, and I think we're gonna probably end the stream. I think people want to eat and go to bed. What do you think?
That sounds good to me. Thank you, KG. Appreciate it, man.
Not a problem. I look forward to see you guys in the future. Frontier Doubles League, we have some games tomorrow night. Look forward to the Discord. I hope you join that. And for those of you who are not in this league, I don't know if you can join right now, but please feel free to get in that Discord, join up, be part of the community. It's an awesome community, and I love it here. I was so excited when I found out that they were starting. I signed up right away. So we look forward to seeing you. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and you guys have a great night.
Like the playground, freestyling J spin and make them say wow. Then I beat the brakes off until I'm stay down. Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest fans and worked at it until the world was believing. They gave them no choice but to see it. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time, and so they see a sky native with the hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time, and so they see a sky native with the hang time. Game time.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go, can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh.